The Rock, obviously, on the show, but this is a situation that's actually evolving and developing quite quickly. So as a result, I wanted to make sure that we started early so that we could be all over it, right? So a lot for us to be talking about. We need to set up Twitter because there's other information literally just coming through, dropping around about 5-10 minutes ago. If we jump over to this other screen, I can show you what we are looking at. Just move my boxing notes out the way, and let's get the screen capture for this. So this image doing the rounds, coming in from The Rock. It's a picture of his watch that he was given by Cody just before WrestleMania. He's actually said he was handed it 5 hours before. This is the item that people believe he gave back to Cody. Do you remember there was some that he handed back over? And he says, you'll know what this is, right? And he gave it to him back after WrestleMania, and then The Rock walked away. It's believed that it was this watch. Now, I think we first heard about this watch during Ariel Helwani, right? Because I think Cody went on to Ariel Helwani and showed his watch off, right? And he said he had bought one. He'd bought 4. And obviously, you know, doesn't take a genius to work out if you're buying 4. You probably gave one to The Rock. You probably gave one to Seth. You probably gave one to Roman. You probably had one for yourself. And so that's why people were like, I bet it was the watch that got handed back. And so we're now seeing a picture of the watch. This isn't the only thing, though, because this is what The Rock has put out. So New Orleans, the final boss has arrived. The exact Rolex was the gift from our WWE champion, Cody Rhodes, to me. It was about 5 hours before our WrestleMania match at WrestleMania 40. It's time. So what does that mean? Where he had been talking about what was going to be on SmackDown. And as soon as the announcement was made, breaking news, The Rock's going to be on SmackDown, they actually pulled that video. Now, what that says to me is that The Rock being on this show was not a planned thing. Otherwise, why would you have created a video that you've then had to pull? Why would you go to the trouble of recording and uploading a video talking about SmackDown that you then have to take down because plans have changed? And in that video were matches that were announced for this week's show that are now apparently not happening. That says to me SmackDown has been rewritten. That says to me that this is not planned by Triple H. That says to me that whatever it is we're getting here is completely going to catch everyone off guard, right? So I don't know what's going on. I don't know if The Rock's available, and so you just, of course, make room for him. Yeah? Could it be that The Rock's going to come out and talk about WrestleMania being in New Orleans? I think there's a great chance he mentions that because apparently that is where it's going to be next year. And lo and behold, we're in New Orleans today, right? So that feels like there's probably a connection that's going to be there. But as well as that, could it be a case that just last week we had Solo and Jacob actually starting to come to blows? Could it be that The Rock's going to get involved with that? Again, could be nothing but coincidence, but it is quite the coincidence that last week was where we really started to see some trouble. And now, lo and behold, a week later, here's The Rock. So, you know, and when this was first announced, I was looking at that. I was looking at the WrestleMania announcements. I was looking at the fact that this felt and still feels very last minute. This does not feel planned, certainly not by Triple H, because there's matches being cancelled, there's announcements being pulled. This feels completely last minute. So you look at all of that and you go, right, well, what's going on then? What is actually happening? And today has brought a few more clues, these ones that we've just been talking about, that do suggest Cody Rhodes, WrestleMania, it's time. Yeah, I mean, if he's going to come out and then not follow up on this, it's going to be It's going to be weird, isn't it? If he just comes out and announces WrestleMania now, after all these teases, that's going to be a hell of a heel move, because I think people's expectations and hopes are down. We're seeing an image of this watch. We're getting this message, and it's time. I mean, everything's pointing towards The Rock now going up against Cody, and that's the direction that we're going to go. That's kind of what the teases are indicating. But if you've watched wrestling for a while, you know that things don't always go the way the teases suggest. So our feet are firmly still on the ground. That press conference could be because The Rock is about to announce WrestleMania in New Orleans. And so they're going to do a press conference after to just sort of talk about, when tickets are going to be available and all that sort of stuff. I mean, it could be that, but things are looking probably as good as they've ever looked for The Rock and Cody to be going up against each other. The thing is, though, what does that mean for Elimination Chamber? Honestly, this feels like The Rock has just come in and gone, right, I'm doing this now. I mean, if that is what's happened, this guy is a flipping lunatic that is out of control, because... I mean, what does that mean for Elimination Chamber? Elimination Chamber's meant to be the winner faces Cody. And that's what they're all battling for, and what The Rock's going to just come in and just take that match now. Or does that become a triple threat? Or we had other matches that have been announced that have now been pulled that we're not doing because The Rock's now decided he's going to do WrestleMania in, like, the flipping 20th of February. He's gone, oh, actually, no, I can make some space. I mean, this is mental. This is mental. So if a lot of people are there going, none of the dirt sheets picked up on this, I don't even know that Triple H knew about this. I don't even know that Triple H, and I still don't even know what this is. It could be that he's here to just kick up the dust, cause a bit of carnage, and then go off again, We still don't know that he's at WrestleMania, but I do understand why people are getting carried away. I do understand why people are getting excited. I really do understand why people are like, oh my God, it's happening. Like, I can see what people can see. I do understand. But, I'm probably just... I always find myself being a little more grounded just because we've been down these roads. Jeez, the amount of times that we've had things teased and nothing comes of them. I've got that T-shirt, so I don't really need it again. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. I really can't wait to see what this is, even if it turns out to be something we're not really looking for. I think it's great that at least we can sit here right now and have something exciting to speculate about. This WrestleMania season has been quite flat, and we've kind of been talking about why that's the case. And we've been comparing it to last year, and we've had some pretty good conversations around why this year is a little bit flat and why it's not a lost cause. I think last year WrestleMania season kicked off after Rumble. This year, I think it was always going to kick off after the Chamber. But, they always say the road to WrestleMania starts at the Rumble. So I can understand why people are like, yeah, but it should have started. And they always say it starts after the Rumble. And it's like, I don't really have an argument there. Technically, it has started. It's just been underwhelming. But the good stuff, the real stuff, I think that was always going to kick off after the Chamber. But it might be kicking off now. So, yeah, oh my God, so much for us to talk about. And I do want to get to people's thoughts and comments, but obviously there's just lots of reaction and stuff that's coming through at the moment. Right, boom. Airwolf said, Days, imagine Dominic wins Money in the Bank, then Cena wins the title at SummerSlam. Dominic could cash in for Epic Heat. Where would you see Dominic in 2025? Of all the questions, Airwolf, I was not expecting one on where do we see Dominic in 2025, but I'm here for it. I think if that happens, there would be mad heat, but I think there would only be, there would be mad heat, but there would be a lot more heat if he stopped Cena getting 17. Really, if Cena gets 17 and Dominic takes it away, yeah, okay, we've been denied the run, if you will. but Cena still has 17, doesn't he? And that's the most important thing. He is the record breaker. So if Dominic's got Money in the Bank, I would say probably best to cash in during the match when Cena's down and actually cost him 17, right? Rather than do it after Cena has won. Because really, you've already achieved like the big thing, which is, can he get to number 17? I don't think anyone's really thinking Cena's going to have any kind of long run with the title, because we know he's done by December. I mean, the longest run he can have now is 10 months. That would be the longest. So I don't really think it's about the run so much. I think it's about, can he get 17? So Dominic winning Money in the Bank, cashing in. If he was to do that, I would say best do it before Cena gets it. Maybe Cena could then get it from Dominic. What do I see for the year for Dominic? I think the Judgment Day is probably going to keep plodding along. I mean, they are teasing a new member, and I've got to think that new member is going to come in. So if a new member does come in, that's probably going to breathe a new lease of life into the group. Don't know how long Balor stays. Don't know how long Dominic stays, but I think there probably is a little more life in Judgment Day with this whole new member thing. And I've got to think that the tension, internal group tension, that's probably going to be, you know, they're going to keep digging into that. So I think that we could be looking at Dominic. I don't think he wins Money in the Bank. I don't think he's ready for like world titles and all of that. So I don't think he wins Money in the Bank, but I could see the Judgment Day limping along a bit. I could see some internal tension. I could see a breakdown between him and Finn. I wouldn't be surprised if around the summer it's like a bit of a Dominic Finn situation, Dominic versus Finn. Be interesting to see who this new member is. And yeah, maybe some tag titles, feud with Finn Balor. And probably next year look to get him out of that group then. But I don't know. I don't really see him being around world title level. You know, he's not a credible champion. He wouldn't be a credible champion. Money in the Bank would be the best way of getting the title onto him. But then, I don't know, would you really be excited for Dominic headlining pay-per-views as champion? He gets booed in a meme way. He gets booed in a way that Seth's song is sung, you know? Seth comes out and automatically the crowd just sing the song. And it's kind of like with Dominic, he comes out and you boo. It's just a bit of audience participation, like, and as a result, we have a laugh and a joke with it. But no, I don't think anyone really like hates Dominic or anything like that. It's a bit of like panto, really. It's a bit of pantomime. It's a bit of like we boo him because that's what we're conditioned to do. That's what we are meant to be doing, and so we do it. But I don't know that anyone would be too excited to see him like as a world champion at the top of the cards. So I don't think that's in his future. So yeah, I wouldn't have him with Money in the Bank, to be honest, buds. And if he did get it, as I said, I'd have him cash in before John won 17. Hannah said, Days, salutations. A stacked SmackDown tonight that's made even more stacked with Dwayne stopping by. But either we get a nuclear announcement or another Dwayne party segment with another wrestler. Thoughts? I just gave my thoughts, buds. I think that it's hard to know which way it's going to go, but certainly the most recent tweets kind of indicate that it's, I think, looking better, that it's got something to do with Cody. I mean, that's going to be a hell of a swerve for him to put out all this picture of like a Rolex, talk about its time, talk about Cody giving him that watch after WrestleMania last year, kind of calling back to all of that, to now just go, right, WrestleMania's going to be in New Orleans next year. Thanks a lot, everyone. Bye. So the more that he's putting stuff out, the more it feels like it's a big deal. Plus that press conference after, that's big. I think there's been some big developments today. And I don't know, I really don't get the impression Triple H was aware of any of them until probably yesterday. So, and hence why we've had a load of stuff cancelled, and, you know, why the dirt sheets weren't aware and all that sort of stuff. So, I don't know. I mean, it's unmissable, isn't it? It's absolutely unmissable tonight. Sports Time with AJ said, I don't even know what the announcement for The Rock is going to be, but we'll find out tonight. Brody said, I think we can agree that Triple H doesn't know how to book the women's division or Money in the Bank. Dro said, I hope that no one will interrupt the Jimmy versus Drew match. Shade said, have they actually cancelled the 6-man tag match? I think it was the women that suffered, to be honest. I think, wasn't it like a Naomi match that was cancelled? If we go over to WWE, we can have a look, see if they've got the official preview loaded up. Because, yeah, there was a couple of things that were cancelled. Jimmy and Drew wasn't. And I don't think the 6-man was either, to be honest. That's the one that's like Solo and Jacob like working together. I think, isn't it Solo, Jacob, Tama working together? But yeah, I don't think that one's been cancelled. We'll have a look. I'll fire the preview up and see what it's saying. Dom is a jobber. That's how I see it, says Brony. He still has got potential, and I'm sure he'll find success in the future. But as of right now, he loses basically every match and isn't used all that much. So here, yeah, it's the women that have been battered on this show. So the final boss returns to SmackDown. DIY against Pretty Deadly championship matches still happening. Cody versus Damian and Braun. No, Cody, Damian, and Braun versus Solo, Jacob, and Tama. And then we got Jimmy Uso against Drew. So 3 matches, all guys. Final boss returns, and it's the women's matches that have been removed. And the women's division is apparently frustrated at the moment, which, don't know why. Don't know why. Moan, moan, moan. Talking about how they won a match. I read there is a press conference after SmackDown tonight. Is that real? Yeah, apparently it's real. Yep. James said the Bloodline match has been cancelled. Oh, right, that's interesting. It's still showing on the WWE website. In fact, it's all... I mean, if that's not an indicator of flipping the fact that Triple H was not in the know on this, you know? The fact that this is... I don't know why it's all loading so slow. I think I've really got some sort of graphics card issue. Look how slow this is, like dial-up. My internet connection's fine, so I don't know what's going on there. But... look at this, flipping now. I feel like I'm back in the 90s. So, yeah, we've got Cody... Damian, Braun, Solo. This is on the website right now. The women's match has been removed. But final boss returns to SmackDown. DIY Pretty Deadly. People are telling me that's now been cancelled. Jimmy Uso takes on Drew McIntyre. So, don't know. But again, this just reinforces the fact that I really don't think that this was part of the plan. I really don't think Triple H was in on this. I mean, again, if he is about to announce that he's going to just face Cody at WrestleMania, what does the winner of the Chamber get? What's that for now? What's that about? Because if you're going to do Cody Rock, you can't just shove a winner of a Chamber into that match. If you're going to do Cody versus Rock, you just do Cody versus Rock. So that now means that the winner of the Chamber is surely going to have to go into the Gunther Jay match. Which, you can do that. There's no reason why you can't make it harder for Jay. But you can do that. And then does that then mean that has to main event? Will this change the winner? I mean, the winner of the Chamber we thought was going to be John Cena. So if John Cena wins the Chamber, do you do John Cena versus Rock versus Cody? Or do you put him in the other match where it'll be Gunther versus John Cena versus Jey Uso? And if you're going to do that match, you can't not have that as main event. John Cena trying to win number 17 and you're just, going to put it first? Surely that main event's night 1. But then you're screwing CM Punk, aren't you? CM Punk's getting screwed out of the main event spot. That Roman Punk Seth match. Oh my God. What a mess. What a mess. I mean, unless you do Cody, Cena, Rock. That'd be pretty bonkers, wouldn't it? Cody versus Cena versus Rock as a main event. But I don't know. Do people want that? Cena very much feels like the odd man out in that situation, doesn't he? Yeah. This is just crazy. This is The Rock just doing what he wants again. That's how it feels. It just feels like it's The Rock doing what he wants. And you know what? I don't even know if there's going to be that many people down on it because the build for WrestleMania has felt flat. So I think there'll be people going, well, okay, maybe he's doing what he wants, but it is going to make WrestleMania better. And I don't really have any arguments to that, to be honest. There's not really any arguments you can have to that. I agree. I think it's going to make it better. We've been saying we need to get a monster heel up there. We've got one. It's one of the biggest heels you can have. So it does tick the boxes that need to be ticked. So yeah, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. I'd imagine Triple H doesn't know if he's flipping coming or going, to be honest. Connor said, do we think any of these will return? Asuka, Bella's, Jade, Becky, Randy, Miro, Malachi. I think that some will, but I think some will. I think it's a bit hard to maybe go down all 7, but yeah, I mean, probably the vast majority, to be honest. I don't think you would really save too many returns till after Mania. Becky, I'm sure, is locked in for summer. Asuka, I really don't know with her. I mean, she's really been going through a lot of problems at the moment, hasn't she? If Malachi comes in, we might not have anything for him this side of WrestleMania, but if you're going to use the Bellas, I think you would use them for WrestleMania. So I'd say the vast majority before WrestleMania. We've actually still got a lot of time to go. A lot of people don't know or haven't looked, but WrestleMania is actually later this year. So I loved the fact WrestleMania was later because in my mind, that meant we had a long build. It meant that we had from the Rumble to like late April. And I was like, oh my God, that's going to be amazing. Like a really long WrestleMania build. It's not worked that way. Instead, what they've done is they've done a whole lot of real nothing until we get to the Chamber. And then I think we were going to do the WrestleMania builds. So I don't even think like the road to WrestleMania flipping starts at the Chamber. They might as well say that this year. Technically, we got Jay and Gunther going, of course, and Charlotte against Tiffany going. So technically, it started at the Rumble. But the stuff people have been waiting for, like the real creative twists and turns, I just don't think we've been seeing much of that, to be honest. But that all changed today, didn't it? Jesus. That all changed today. Darwin said DiCaprio Rock Scorsese film won't start until early fall or winter. This furthers my theory that The Rock cannot commit to Mania 42 due to possible major film commitments. 41 is the time, the place, now or never, says Darwin. The only thing I'd say is what has changed. How is it that he wasn't able to do it? And seemingly WWE were under the impression he wasn't able to do it. And we were moving in another direction. All the creative was going in a different direction. How have we gone from that to now all of a sudden, I'm doing it? And if he had the ability to do that from the start, why didn't he do that? If he's had the ability from the very beginning to go, do you know what? Sometimes you've just got to put your foot down and make things happen. Well, if you love wrestling, why didn't you do that anyway? If you love wrestling and you got all the chills when you come out and you're like, this is home and all that, why didn't you just do that anyway? Why? What's going on? What's going on? Yeah. I mean, it's pretty bonkers. If Triple H just, as I said, his head must be in a spin. His head must feel like he's in a flipping tumble dryer. So it's crazy. It's one of the craziest things I've seen. I still don't know what we're getting tonight. But yeah, I mean, look, I always like to look at things from a devil's advocate point of view. I always like to look at things and not get too carried away because I've been disappointed so many times in the past. And there's still chance to get disappointed here. Don't make any mistake about that. right? Still plenty of opportunity to be disappointed here. But things definitely with press conferences and the messages that he's putting out, this is either going to be a massive swerve and a heel move on his part, which in my mind would just be really unnecessary. Apart from it's going to boost your ratings, of course. But it'll leave a bad taste. If he comes out and announces WrestleMania and just has a few words for Cody, something like, I can't face you this year, but our paths will cross. I'll see you at SummerSlam or something like this, it could be that, couldn't it? Could be that. It could be that The Rock's going to announce that he's free for SummerSlam and he wants Cody Rhodes, and we do a press conference and it's all based around The Rock's going to be at SummerSlam. Big news. The Rock will be facing Cody at SummerSlam, whether he's champion or not. That is the match we're getting. I mean, if it's that, would people be disappointed? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. But what's changed? How is it that he was not free for WrestleMania and seemingly it was not happening? And you can see that in the booking because we've got a chamber match to try and figure out who's going to face Cody. We've got a chamber match to figure out who's going to face Cody Rhodes. If The Rock was always facing Cody, we wouldn't have done that. We wouldn't have done that. And we also wouldn't have announced a load of matches that we've now had to scrap for this show. That wouldn't have been done. So plans have changed. Things have changed. But why have they changed? What has he moved around to make them change? And why has he decided that he can do it on the 20th of February? Why has he decided that? It was like literally yesterday. This guy is showing the same thing he showed last year, which is we just dance to his tune. And you know what, right? If he turns around and says, I'm always 20 steps ahead, I don't want anyone saying, oh my God, this was genius, right? This isn't genius. This isn't genius. Well, we haven't seen what it is yet, right? But if he's about to announce he's going to be at WrestleMania, right? I don't see that as genius. I see that as someone that has just decided, no, do you know what? I can actually do it. And now he's flipping doing it, right? I don't see that as genius. I see that as someone that's just, doing what they want whenever they want. So we're going to have to see what goes down. But right now, at the moment, I'm sort of like, this guy's just out of control. This guy's just doing literally whatever he wants when he wants. Like, if he doesn't even want to be in character, he's not... If he wants to rock up to the Netflix debut and just be out, then he'll do that, And then if he doesn't want to do Mania, he'll not do Mania. So we'll start doing something else, and then he'll go, do you know what? I am going to do Mania. And the response to that isn't, this is brilliant. What a genius. What a genius he is. Isn't this just the cleverest thing you've ever... That's not the right response. The response is, sorry, what? You're doing what now? You're going to do it now? Well, thanks. Because it is better that you do it. But what was all that's just gone on? It's like a runaway train that no one can control. No one's keeping him in check. No one's telling him no. I mean, like, he has the ability to do this now where he can turn around and say, I'm doing Mania. And our response is, oh, God, great, thank you. No one's going to turn around and go, well, actually, I've got other plans now, so you can't. No one's going to say that to him. And I'm pleased they're not. I mean, we all want him there. But it is crazy that he's got this ability to just do what he wants when he wants. And I don't see nothing genius about it. I just see, like, someone that's flipping in a very privileged position where he can literally pull whatever lever he wants whenever he wants to pull it, so... But let's see what it is first, and then we can react to it afterwards. But I'm already prepared for people going, this is so clever. He knew ages ago that he was going to do this. Well, yeah, he could have told creative then, couldn't he? And then maybe we wouldn't have gone down the roads we went down. That would have been genius. But let's see what it is first. Dave's thoughts on the female locker room being frustrated with their booking. It seems that women have been booked well, but there's the fear the mid-card titles won't get many time. Yeah, I can understand it, to be honest. I think if you look at the top end of the women's division, I think that is probably okay. I think if you look at, like, I can't imagine Lyra's upset. I can't imagine Chelsea's upset. I can't imagine that Liv or Rhea are upset. I wouldn't think that Nia is upset. I wouldn't think Candice is too upset. She's probably a bit upset that Indy got let go, but they're using her more. Certainly don't think Tiffany's upset because she's flipping gone to the title like a rocket, yeah? Io, I would imagine, is okay. Probably would like a bit more time. Dakota's probably okay, but come on. Zoe Stark, Shayna Baszler, Zelina Vega, you know, these are the kind of names that maybe a Natalia, maybe. You know, I don't think Natalia's quite at the point where she wants to hang it up, but Natalia's probably scratching her head like, why didn't I get the opportunity to be that first women's intercontinental? Like, I really feel that was a slap in the face, you know. I really feel like she's a legend, she's a veteran, she's been there, she trains women, you need me to go to NXT, I'll go to NXT, you need me to be on Raw, go to Raw, you need me in a tag team, I'll do that, you need me to get this girl up to speed, I'll do that, you need me to, like, be a locker room leader, I'll do that, you need me on this tour, house show tour, I'll do, you need me to do meet and greets, I'll do that, yes. And she's done that for years and years and years and years and years and years and years. And she is someone that is well respected. I think, you know, she's definitely someone that needed and deserved more opportunity than she got. I think she was always kind of the bridesmaid, but she's always been there or thereabouts. She's won the women's title on a few occasions, but really the amount of title reign she's had for her career is, and for who she is and how good she is out of sync, really. I mean, she is really good in the ring, and WWE know it as well. So when it came to, like, first women's intercontinental, even if she had it for a flipping day, she goes into the history books as being the first women's champ, and she could have dropped it to Lyra like a week later. No one would have bothered. I wouldn't have been bothered by that. That would have been brilliant. What a lovely thing. Very much like when Zack Ryder won the IC title at WrestleMania and then literally lost it the next day on Raw. We did that as a bit of a thanks for everything. You know, here's your WrestleMania moment. And that means the world to him. I know I've seen a couple of his videos where he's got that moment, that image of him with the IC belt at WrestleMania in a frame on his wall. It's the highlight of his career, right? And we couldn't do that for Natalya. We couldn't give her that recognition, that thanks of, here, you can be the first women's intercontinental. There's loads of people out there that wanted their wrestler to be the first. But there ain't no one that's ever going to tell me that there was a more deserving person than Natalya to have had that, right? So for me, I really could understand even Natalya being like, I've given so much. I know I've been paid and I've had a great life and everything, but I don't know. I mean, I just, for everything she's done, like, that felt like a slap in the face. There was really no reason as to why we couldn't have treated her better there. So I was really disappointed with that. And so you look at Zelina and you look at Zoe Starks, you look at Shayna Baszler, you know, you look at those women that really struggled to get onto TV, and you look at those women that, you know, would be around a mid-card, not really around the top end, but around the mid-card. And I reckon there is frustration there. I reckon there's definite frustration there. I'd be surprised why there wouldn't. There should be frustration there. If you're a wrestler, highly trained, you've come through NXT, and you're not getting onto TV on a regular basis, and you're not frustrated, I think that's a concern, to be honest. Because that says to me you're just coasting, and you're probably just drifting towards being released, because you're not contributing anything, you're not adding any value to the brand. So they ain't going to miss you if they let you go. So you should be frustrated. You should be making noise, because that next round of cuts is going to come and your name might be on it. So, yeah, I don't really see a reason as to why there wouldn't be frustration there. The question is, what are they going to do about it? What are they going to do about it? That's the question. And I don't know that Triple H has got that answer. I mean, right now he's having to accommodate The Rock, isn't he? And try and figure out, he's having to try and once again for the second year in a row, seemingly adapt the WrestleMania plans to accommodate The Rock. And if I'm Triple H, I'm sitting The Rock down and I'm going to go, I love you. Yeah? We came through together. You can't keep doing this to me every year. Right? I ain't doing this next year where I am, I aren't, I can, I can't. I'm going to be in the title match. Like, can we agree in, say, November, December, yeah, what you're going to do, and then we stick to it, right? That's the best gift you could ever give me, right? That's the best gift you could ever give me. Can we do that going forwards, yeah? That's the conversation I'm having with The Rock. No hesitation. Because this is a flipping joke. But thankfully a good joke. Because WrestleMania will be better with him if he's going to be there. If he's going to be there. Connor said, have you heard the news about Carmela? Yeah, I have heard about Carmela, but the Carmela news is really interesting because the Carmela news is that her contract has expired. Now, it probably has expired because she's been away for a long time. Whether they're going to freeze it, and so when she comes back, they kind of keep going with it. I don't know if they've got that option. I mean, I don't know what the terms are in her contracts. I mean, we've seen it with others that when you're away, they freeze it and then they extend it when you come back, right? So I don't know if there's the option to do that. If there isn't, because that's not in her contracts, then it might be the case that they will just give her a new contract when she returns. So her contract has expired. WWE don't have to bring her back. Technically, she's not a WWE star right now, but what that means for her long-term future, I genuinely don't know. Like, I've not seen a message from her yet that says, you know, it's been amazing, thank you, all that kind of stuff, kind of insinuating that she is done. Which, if she was done, I think she would put a message out like that to say thank you to the fans, right? I think she would want to thank her fans. So the fact that I've not seen anything from her makes me wonder if this is just a situation where, right, okay, she's going to have this contract renewed, basically, like it'll get like started up again when she's ready to return, and that for her it's nothing to worry about. So I don't know, it's one of those that it's come to an end, and we just don't know if like that's permanent or if it's just temporary. It could just be temporary, couldn't it? But I really don't think The Rock is going to main event this year, says DeBoomer. Well, DeBoomer, I like that approach, to be honest, but I think having that kind of seed of doubt in your mind is the right way forward, because I think that having that seed of doubt in your mind is the right way forwards. I think getting your hopes up, thinking this guarantees he's definitely going to be at WrestleMania, you are setting yourself up for a potential disappointment. But I do get it, because there's a lot out there right now to get excited about. Like, I totally get it. You know, as I said, it's less than an hour ago he's put this image out of the watch and about, like, how he's arrived and all that sort of stuff. So I haven't actually seen the video. The video's playing right now. I didn't realize. I just thought it was a still. So there we go. I'm guessing that's New Orleans. So New Orleans, the final boss has arrived. Yeah, that's interesting. So someone got in touch with me and said, I thought he handed this watch back. And I was like, maybe he took a picture of it before he gave it back. I didn't realize it was a video. I didn't actually see this video. I saw the image of the watch. So how did he have it back? How has he got it again? What did he give back to Cody then, if that's... Do you know what? I would turn around to The Rock and I'd be like, okay, you're putting me in this situation. So what did you give back to him last year then, if you've got the watch now? Oh, well, I'll just say I got it back off him. Okay, yeah, that's good, isn't it? Honestly, I could understand Triple H just pulling his hair out. Miss Stratton, it's obvious to me that Candice isn't going to stay out of your business, so let's do some business with that instead. Tonight, it's going to be Tiffany versus Candice, 1-on-1. So, Tiffany against Candice, announced about 20 minutes ago. Right, all right, Days. Hope you're doing well and enjoyed the day. I've had a long, busy day sorting online banking, and I've been up with my dads for a few hours, and I'll catch up with Unseen. Kian, shout out to you, buds. Labari said, Days, my husband is going to a card shop about 10 minutes from our house in New Jersey, and Gunther's going to be there. Oh, I thought you meant like a birthday card shop. I was like, really? Gunther's at a card shop? But you mean like a collector's card shop? We don't really have those over here, you know. Not really a thing over here. I'm sure there are a few that are dotted around, but never seen one. A card shop to me is like birthday cards, anniversary cards. You know, those Christmas cards, those kind of cards. Congrats on passing your driving test type cards. So Gunther's going to be there. Gunther demanded no yeeting, and everyone must shower before going. Very good. Very good. Yeah, very good. He's doing some really good stuff at the moment. Your boy Kyle said, Days, do we think Alexa Bliss is stuck in limbo? What do you mean? Like, from a booking point of view or literally? I don't think she's stuck in limbo. I mean, the only thing that I'm a bit confused about with Alexa is I think she's come back and she is paying respects to Bray and The Fiend with her jacket, yeah? And I think that Alexa is very much in a situation where she is going to join the Wyatt Sicks. I believe that, right? But what I don't understand is why does Lily already have the 6 on it, on the eye, if she's not already like in that group? Like, it sort of feels like she's going to join the group. It makes sense that the 6 is there for when it happens, but because it's not happened yet, it just looks a little strange. I mean, she's kind of paying respect to the Wyatt Sicks because it's a continuation of Bray's work. So she's sort of like, she knows of their existence and she has kind of honored them, if you will, in the way that Lily has got the 6 in her eye, because that's clearly connected to the Wyatt Sicks. But I don't believe she's part of the group at the moment. And, you know, we saw that Do You Feel in Control flash up on screen last week. That was obviously a massive talking point. Do you feel in control? And I believe that is what he was asking her a few years ago. So I don't think she's in limbo. I just think she's exactly where she was a few years ago, and we're just continuing the story. I just think that she is where she was back in 2023 at the Royal Rumble, where Uncle Howdy was trying to bring her into their worlds, and she was kind of resisting a little bit. And then ultimately, as a result, she lost to Bianca. And then, of course, we had Uncle Howdy pop up on the screen. She wasn't in that world. Howdy was trying to bring her in. She never quite kind of submitted to Howdy. She never accepted that invitation. And we never saw her like joining up with Howdy and with Bray. And of course, after the Rumble, she would end up leaving, starting a family and all of that, right? So, and then, of course, cancer scares and illnesses and all this kind of stuff. And that's why she was away for so long. So now she's back. I don't think she's in limbo. I just think she's kind of picking up where she left off. And I suppose you could say that Lily is paying respects to the Wyatt Sicks because it's a continuation of Bray's work. But it's the one thing I do look at and go, it's just a little weird because I don't feel she's in the group yet. But it'll make more sense when she is. So, yeah, that should get some further development tonight as well. Miss Clown said, do you eat pie? Bury your face in one. Yum, said Miss Clown. Miss Clown, I hope you're doing well, buds. Don't mind a bit of pie. Don't mind a bit of pie at all. Bit of poo-tang pie. Yeah. Days, is this hinting that Triple H versus The Rock at WrestleMania? After potential frustration stemming from altering plans at a wrong time, would you say that Dwayne is being unprofessional to Hunter at this point? Yes, if it turns out what we think. I mean, it's hard to talk about. It's hard to talk about because we don't quite know where this is going, right? And we don't quite know what's really happening. The only thing we can do is look at what we're seeing and what we're being presented. And what I'm being presented is WWE seemingly carrying on with their creative, seemingly having an elimination chamber to figure out who's going to face Cody, seemingly announcing stuff for SmackDown that then has to get cancelled, and seemingly heading in a direction where The Rock it's unprofessional. No problems with saying that. You know, if I was Triple H, I'd be sitting down with The Rock going, this is the second time you've done this to me. I'm not angry about it, but it's just not ideal. It's just not ideal that we're heading in one direction and we have to do another pivot, which we had to do last year, another pivot. And, you know, look, at the end of the day, things work out for the best. And I think in this environment, you have to be on your toes, right? You have to be on your toes. You have to be able to react. Anything can happen at any time. And that's very exciting. So that would be the response, you know, listen, it's fluid. You've got to be able to react. You've got to be loose. Anything can happen. And I get that. But equally, if I'm Triple H, I don't want The Rock thinking that this is acceptable. I don't want The Rock to think that he can just do this every year and it's fine because we're fluid, we're flexible, right? If we want to put on a great product, we have to build and we have to know where we're going and we have to put the pieces in place. We do hour after hour after hour of content that is taking us in a certain direction. Pivoting is not ideal. It's not what you want to do. Like, yeah, you've got to be able to be flexible because injuries can happen, right? And things can happen completely out of the blue that force you to pivot. But someone like The Rock, who could tell you in advance, like, I can do Mania, that shouldn't be forcing you to pivot. That shouldn't be forcing you to change all your plans. He could have told him back in January, I can do it. You know, I can do it. I mean, maybe it's going to be revealed that he said he could do it all along, and WWE have done this as a massive swerve. I don't feel like that's what's happened because I don't know why WWE would have a chamber to find a challenger that now is surely going to have to change. Plus, also, you've got matches being announced for SmackDown that are now going to have to change. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't look at this and get the feeling that this is like some genius plan. I get the feeling this is, do you know what? I'm going to put wrestling first. I've made a decision. It didn't feel right to not do Mania, and I'm going to do Mania. I mean, your answer to that has to be brilliant. Thank you, because it is going to make Mania better. But I do understand Triple H also having a side of him that's like, you'd go into a room and you'd kick a few things and you'd probably scream and shout out of frustration just to get it out your system. I know I flipping would. And then you go back out and you go, all right, okay, let's go. What do we need to sort? What do we need to change? Who do I need to speak to? How do we get Punk into the main event? What's going to happen with Cena trying to get 17? Okay. And you just get on with it, don't you? But, yeah, I mean, right now, unprofessional, I think, would be the correct word. And it would be the exact word I would have used for last year as well. For The Rock. Coming in, just going, yeah, no, I'm gonna take on Roman. And it's like, well, we've kind of been building Cody. Yeah. Yeah, good for you. I'm going to face Roman. And it was only that crowd backlash that flipping changed it. Jamie said, does anyone care about the Wyatt Sicks anymore? Yeah, I get tweets of people wondering if they're going to be on the show. And I think, to be honest, there is a lot of people that are prepared to just wait. I think the news kind of came out that one of them was injured, which we know is Bo. And so I think people know that, again, that's gone down roads that were not planned. I do, as much as we beat up Triple H, I do think he gets hit with a lot of stuff which was not planned. You know, the plans for the Wyatt Sicks have clearly not gone in the direction that they would have wanted. And so, you know, fair play. You know, you just have to roll with the punches and do the best you can. That is something which I think is hard for fans sometimes to understand, that you are going to have things happen that aren't planned. You are going to have injuries. You are going to have things like that. And you have to roll with it. And that's fine. Like, that's absolutely fine. And it might not fit. The pieces might not quite fit together. And you might see that it's not quite as perfect as we were hoping. But life is, you know, to the point where anything can happen at any time. We don't ever have any weeks off. It's not like they film in advance. You know, if they were to just film a load of shows in one go, and they could probably tell the story they want to tell, probably be a better product, but it would also be a worse product because you'd have all the spoilers out there, wouldn't you? And it would lose that live effects. You know, the kind of anything can happen. That's part of wrestling that we like, actually, is the kind of anything can happen. You never know when someone from the flipping crowd's going to jump in the ring. You know what I mean? We've seen that loads. Well, not loads, but, you know, we've seen anything could happen. People grabbing drinks and chucking them over wrestlers, and botches and flipping rings breaking, and you never know what's going to happen. And that is part of wrestling that we enjoy. So there would be ways to get the product they want on screen, but I think you would lose some of the magic if that was what would happen. So the trade is that we keep doing it this way, but we have to accept that there are going to be times where things aren't going to quite fit together because of injuries and plans that have to change and flight delays and all that kind of nonsense. Nightmare said, far-fetched, but what if The Rock secretly wants Triple H out of WWE but doesn't want Triple H to know, so he keeps doing shiz to aggravate, annoy, and pee him off so that he quits? It could be ribbing as well. I mean, I don't think it is. I would like to think that... I think it's unprofessional if he is doing what I think he's doing, but I don't know there's any sort of malice behind it. I don't think he's ribbing him or anything like that. I think it probably is the... I mean, look, he has got so much going on in his life. When he wakes up, you know, he's got to check on how his vodka's doing, how Papa Tui is doing. He's got flipping his agent throwing scripts at him. Yeah, he's probably in the middle of doing some sort of film. He's maybe got to do media for like Moana 2 or whatever. As well as that, probably meetings that he's got lined up. I mean, to give The Rock some respect back, I would say navigating that every single day must be very, very difficult. Clearly, there's people that are working for him and sorting stuff for him. He's not doing it all by himself. He's going to have managers and people like that, and assistants, of course. But even so, there's a lot of plates that are being spun there. And I can sort of understand it being a case of, I don't think he's doing it to cause malice or anything. But I think that he is just trying to do as much as he can and take as much opportunity as he can. And, you know, if there's a window or an opportunity to move something and that opportunity arises in late February, then maybe he takes it and maybe this is where we are. But it's one of them, isn't it, where, like, you can... I totally get where Triple H would be coming from if he was, like, pulling his hair out. He ain't got any. He did. He had a lovely head of hair when he started booking. Honestly, it was all the way down. It was like flipping Rapunzel. But just as time's gone by, he's just been pulling it out that much. He's completely bald now. He won't have a moustache anymore. He won't have, like, any sort of facial hair or beard or anything soon. He'll start on that. And then he'll have to go downstairs, and that'll be very painful. So there we go. I am basically saying Triple H is probably so frustrated he's on the verge of pulling his pubes out. So we got there, guys. We got there. Right, in this chat, during the build for the Wyatt Sicks, I said multiple times that if they have this huge program, the worst thing that could happen is happening. They cannot live up to the hype. Well, I think it's not that they can't live up to the hype, because I think we've seen things that have. I mean, I feel like there's lots of stuff like, say, The Fiend. When The Fiend like first arrived on the scene, like that was delivering, and we were getting more fun houses and all of that sort of stuff. I do think The Fiend struggled in 2020. We saw at the end of 2019 him losing in that Hell in a Cell, really weird booking decision. We saw him lose to Goldberg, really weird booking decision. I think the Firefly Funhouse match left a lot of people confused. I think if you was really into it, a lot of people have it as their favorite match. But there's a lot of people out there that are like, I don't even know what this is. I don't know what this is. And so that I think I would file as like strange. And like, yeah, the momentum really does start to struggle there. I think with this group, it kind of feels like they didn't really even get their time to get going. I sort of feel like I'm still waiting for them to get going. So it's not that it's sort of not been able to follow up the hype. It's the fact that they've not even got them going. And I can't really explain that, because the feud with American Maids and all of that just felt a bit like repetitive. There wasn't really much to it. We didn't see them that much. It was kind of like we were standing up for Otis, but and the way that they were being treated. But I mean, it didn't really, they weren't really that bothered. Even during that thing, we saw Chad go up to Otis and sit down with him and basically say, look, will you come back on my side? I need help. And Otis told him, no, shove it. I don't want to be with you. Like, you've got to sort this yourself now. It's not that Otis was like being bullied every week. Like, okay, they came in, they made a statement, Chad moved on. Do you get my point? Like, the feud just was weird. It wasn't that there was someone that was being bullied repeatedly that couldn't stand up for themselves. Like, Otis could stand up to Chad's. And it very quickly moved away from that. Like, it very quickly just became Wyatt Sicks against American Maids. And, like, the whole Otis, Maxine, Tozawa stuff was just sort of what kicked it off, really. So you sort of look at that and go, okay, well, it's the first feuds. That's fine. And then, of course, we get to Final Testament. And that was, we knew they'd get murked online, and they did. Carrion was always going to do that. But they weren't able to really respond with anything on the show. And actually, you know, when we saw them, they ended up, I just don't feel like the group got going. I just don't feel like they got going. I feel like Nightbirds and the interviews was the peak. And then everything after has just been either goods, like when we saw them have their first match, or bads, or just we haven't seen them at all. So I don't know. I don't know that I can agree that they couldn't follow up with the hype. But I can go as far as to say they certainly didn't follow up with the hype. I mean, if you was to get the Wyatts on a semi-regular basis and actually have them in the background, like, you know, like targeting new people, standing up for injustice, and, like, you know, going after different divisions and really, like, you know, trying to right wrongs and whatever, like, I sort of feel like there could be something there. I can't see how that would, well, I can see how it would fail, but I can see how it would work as well. Let's put it that way. I don't look at that and go, oh, there's just no way that will work. I mean, it could work. It just, they haven't even got going with it. They haven't even got going. Regarding the review on Raw, have you got any additional thoughts on Mysterio sucking off the new luchadors, says Icarus? No, I agree with Kofi. I think Ray does suck off the new luchadors. I think that's how he stays fresh, to be honest. I mean, apparently that is how it works. If you suck off like new talent, I think it allows you to stay fresh. And I think that's what Ray has done. And actually, a lot of people say this about Jericho. Jericho gets that criticism in AEW that he's sucking off a load of the new talent as well. And, you know, he is able to stay, well, I say fresh. I mean, he doesn't look fresh. I mean, goes to show, doesn't it? If you suck off a load of new talent, you're probably not going to look that fresh. So, I don't know. I got where Kofi was coming from. And I think that it is something that Ray is probably guilty of, to be honest. Probably guilty of. But, yeah, that's obviously a very interesting feud. There was Kofi putting out another video about LWO. He fired back to whacking Wilds. Because Wilds, I think, if Wilds might have been, like, sucked off by Ray, but I think he was all right with it. And so he was basically saying, like, if you go after Ray, you go after the LWO. Yeah. And, like, he's standing by Ray. And so he's standing up for Ray. So there was a bit of back and forth there. So, no, not really much more to add to it. I think we covered it. I think we definitely ticked that box in the Raw review. But I think Kofi's got a point. And you can even see footage of it as well. You can see footage of it because it's on like all the old Raws and everything. So if you do want to see Ray doing that, I mean, just look at whenever a new talent comes in. Certainly a luchador, you know, you'll see footage of Ray engaging with them. Netforce said, I've always been a Rock fan, but at this point, I'm over him coming in and going, and the uncertainty of whether he's going to wrestle or not. Either commit to a run or set dates or stay gone, said Netforce. It's just hard, isn't it? Because it does make it better. I mean, it does. We've sat here and said, well, I've sat here and said, let's get a monster heel up there. Too many faces. We need a monster heel like Cena against Cody. Who's going to boo Cena? He's trying to get number 17, but is that good for your red-hot babyface champion to have a flipping arena of people rooting for your demise? I'm like, we need a heel in there. And I thought heel Randy. But maybe it's heel Rock. Perhaps it's going to be a triple threat. Perhaps it's going to be Rock, Cody. But, you know, the Rock's plans have only recently become clearer. You know, they could say this in the press conference after. In the press conference after, Triple H could say, The Rock's schedule has only recently become a lot clearer. As a result, we were already trying to find Cody's challenger for WrestleMania. So that's why we can announce that the main event of WrestleMania will be Cody Rhodes versus The Rock versus the winner of Elimination Chamber. And actually, do you change it? Do you have John in there? I mean, I feel like John's probably the pick. Or do you have Punk in there? Because Punk and Rock have got plenty of history. And CM Punk main event in WrestleMania is something that he really wants. But then what do you do with John? John's not going for a title. And then, of course, it's going to open up the whole theories that were doing the rounds the other day about John and Logan. There was theories doing the rounds of that because John eliminated Logan. So, and Logan has said that's the match that he wants. But I don't think anyone wants John Cena's last Mania to be against Logan Paul. So Logan was very excited about it, of course, because, I mean, John Cena's, outside of The Rock, arguably the biggest name they could get. So, of course, Logan's excited by it, but I don't know if the fans would be. Logan's fans would be. South African wrestling fan said he'll add himself to the Chamber. Then the Chamber will start as a triple threat. Love The Rock. Just upset that they could not make more time for the women. It's a 3-hour show. James said it's like most of the community sucking you off. I don't know if the community sucked me off, to be honest. I sort of feel like I don't know. I don't know that they do, to be honest. I don't know that they necessarily benefit by sucking me off. I don't know. I don't think it's beneficial for anyone. But yeah, I can see where people are coming from when it comes to Ray and the other luchadors. But they seem to like it, as I said. I mean, Whacking Wild is standing by him. Del Toro's standing by him. Dragon Lee is standing by him. So it must be something that they enjoy. Right, Sports Time with AJ said, I've got a copyright on my WWE video that I have posted original content allowed on my YouTube channel. I've got to recreate a video. If ever you use their footage, it's a flipping nightmare, to be honest. I have to be so careful when it comes to footage for Unseen that, I tend to try and not use things that have been on TV shows. And if I do, you might see that I don't necessarily let it play. I normally kind of scrub through it. And it might play for a second and then I'll scrub through a few seconds so that it's not just the video playing. And if I did ever play it, I would really be keeping it to 2 seconds, 3 seconds, really short. And again, if I'm playing it, it's in a little square over here. It's not the full screen either. Got to be so careful with if ever you use footage like that. Right. Delwyn, wow, Delwyn, really appreciate the support, buds. Really appreciate the support. Delwyn said, people don't realise that 2 months was all it took for things to change instantly last year from SmackDown after Rumble to Mania 40. It looks like we're in for another fun one this year as we approach Mania 41 with 2 months left. Relax, it's going to be great. Yeah, the only pushback I've got on that is that you can't tell people that the road to WrestleMania begins at the Rumble and then follow it up with what has been really 3 or 4 weeks of really flat kind of shows. I mean, on average, the community has been scoring Raw and SmackDown around 6.5, 7, something like that. It's just very average. So I don't think that 2 month thing works. That 2 month thing for me is I understand that the road to WrestleMania was shorter last year and it was about 2 months. But that shouldn't mean that because the road to WrestleMania is longer this year, that we still only get 2 months. That doesn't compute to me. The road to WrestleMania is longer, so surely that the 2 months we had last year should be longer. Surely this year, the 2 months of good stuff that we had should be 3 months this year because you've pushed WrestleMania back. And you also tell us that the road to WrestleMania starts at the Royal Rumble. Well, if that is true, then why have we just sat through several weeks of several weeks where the community's been this is just an average show, So I think for those people that are saying WrestleMania build, sucks and this is rubbish and all of that sort of stuff, my response to that is always, well, don't compare it to WrestleMania 40. That was special, and I think we're trying to get the chamber out the way and then it's really going to kick off. So I completely agree. Post chamber, I completely agree. But that idea of it being 2 months and that we only get 2 months of good stuff, I struggle with that because why? Why has it got to be 2 months? It was 2 months of good stuff last year, but now it's only going to be 2 months this year. Why could it not have been 3 this year? Why could they not have made it bigger this year? You push WrestleMania back. So if you're going to push WrestleMania back, that gave you more time. It gave you a longer WrestleMania build, a longer road to WrestleMania. So why didn't you do more with it? Why has it been so flat? So I think after Chamber was always going to be better, yeah. I'm completely in agreement with you, but I can understand why people are down on it. I can understand why people are so disappointed on what we've had so far, because you can't turn around and tell people the road to WrestleMania starts at the Rumble and then be mid for several weeks and then turn around and go, well, we've still got plenty of time. It's well, yeah, but you did kind of tell us it started after the Rumble, didn't you? That was on you, wasn't it? You didn't need to do that. You could have said, guys, the road to WrestleMania is going to start after the Chamber this year, just so everyone knows, just so we're all on the same page. Yeah, just so everyone knows, don't get too excited after the Rumble. It's going to start after the Chamber this year because we're not creative enough to do more than 2 months of good builds. We're at the level where we can do 2 months of good build, but we haven't quite figured out how to do 3. So bear with us, would you? So, yeah, Darwin, I'm in agreement with you that get the chamber out the way. Get the chamber out the way. Then we've got all the pieces in place. I don't think there is a PLE in March, because I think the chamber, is that not like March 1st or something like that? Like, there's nothing else at the end of March or anything, apart from maybe like an NXT show. Or I don't even think we got a Saturday night's main event. So really, you've just got all of that time and April to just be creative. Just go crazy. And listen, with The Rock coming in as well, that's obviously going to massively improve things also. So, Darwin, really appreciate the support, buds. Darwin says, relax. It's going to be great. But let's see what The Rock's got to say tonight, shall we? Let's see if he's going to add to the greatness. I don't even know what I want now, to be honest. I do want him to be a part of it. Of course I do. I do want him to be a part of it, but I don't know. It's just, it's not been in my thinking, so I just haven't really got a plan for it. I hope Triple H does. But I can't sit here and go, right, this is what we should do, because I ain't thought about it. I've been very much in the mindset that it ain't happening. So it makes it hard to know, well, which way do we want this to go? I don't know. Mackenzie said Carmela has been removed from the Instagram bio. Oh, has removed WWE from her Instagram bio. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for her to kind of put a message out that it's been amazing, thank you everyone, or whatever it is. Because her contract has come to an end, but as I said earlier, that doesn't necessarily mean that she's done, because it could be that there's an agreement that, well, we'll give you a new contract when you're ready to return. We'll give you a new contract when it's time for you to come back, you know? So I looked at that and I was like, interesting. Definitely it's in unseen, but I don't know that it means that she's like gone. So if she's now taking WWE off, and if we're going to get an announcement from her, obviously that is very interesting. Mr. Unfamiliar said, if we look at the bright side, Cody is going to lose, says Mr. Unfamiliar. Do you think so? I'm not sure. I don't know if Cody loses, to be honest. The Rock is not going to be able to commit to anything post-Mania, surely. Dude couldn't even really commit to Mania. So I can't see him winning the title, because I can't see him being able to commit post-Mania to anything. So really then it's just going to come down to whoever wins the Chamber. And whoever wins the Chamber, that is... if it's Cena, you know, if Cena wins the Chamber, did we think he was going to win at Mania? I was a bit 50-50 on it, because a lot of people are thinking Cena should win it later in the year, you know? A lot of people are thinking, don't give it Cena first time of asking, give it him further down the road. So, I don't know, I'm still torn as to whether Cody loses at Mania, to be honest. Jared said, sod Logan, Rock can take his place. Well, yes, in everything. David said Rock could remove Cena from the Chamber and take his spot. I don't think he would take Cena out, because Cena is advertised and people will have bought tickets to have seen Toronto. But with this being his final year, every date that John Cena commits to is obviously important. So I can't see The Rock taking Cena out. I think if The Rock's going to add himself to the Chamber, which I really don't think he is, the Chamber would start as a triple threat. He would be additional. But I can't see The Rock adding himself, because The Rock's on the TKO board. He's a heel. He doesn't give a flip what people think. And I think that it's a case that he is going to just say, I'm in the main event, like he did last year. Only last year, he didn't quite gauge where the fans were in regards to wanting Cody to finish his story. So I think he kind of got that wrong, to be honest, clearly. This year, I think he's got a much better idea as to where things are. I think he's got his pulse a little bit more on what's happening with WWE and where the fans are. And so I will be surprised if he adds himself to the chamber, because for someone in his position, that would feel unnecessary, because he doesn't need to win anything to get a title shot. He's The Rock. And more importantly, he's on the TKO boards. Like, really, we dance to his tune, and he's showing that, isn't he? He's seemingly showing that by plans being scrapped and press conferences being hastily arranged and announced. And none of this was announced last week. It was all literally, like, announced yesterday. And as we said, matches getting scrapped and all that kind of stuff very much suggests this was unplanned. So I don't really get the mindset of him showing that he has earned. He doesn't need to. He's the final boss. He's the on the TKO board. Does he really need to go into a chamber to earn the right? From a babyface point of view, yes, but he's not a babyface. He's a heel. We dance to his tune. I don't think he goes in the chamber. I don't think he goes on the chamber. Cena will beat Cody, said Humble Rumble. He could do. I think there is a chance of it, yes, but I'm not like totally sold on it because of the fact that people want it to be the big thing this year. With John Cena, it's about who's his last match going to be against, and does he get number 17? So do you do that at WrestleMania? I mean, it's a great place to do it, but really then what have you got after that apart from some title defenses? Really, you've got a few title defenses and then you're just heading towards his final match. There's some people out there that would delay it, that would make him getting 17 the story of the year. So, you know, some people have even said give him 17 in his very last match. Like, this is your last match. It's now or never. And he has his last match and, of course, wins. Gets 17 and then forfeits the title. And we've even discussed if they did that the belt could be made available in the Royal Rumble. So Royal Rumble 2016 would not be for going to WrestleMania to challenge for the belt. It would be for the belt, which I always love it when they do that, to be honest. I always love it when the Royal Rumble is for the title. Plus, I think Royal Rumble 2026 is in Saudi Arabia, and you know the Saudis are going to flipping love that. A new champion crowned in Saudi Arabia, and the Rumble being even more meaningful, because it ain't about winning a chance to go to Mania and face the champ. It's about becoming the champ. So I'm not saying they're going to do that, but what I'm saying is that is an option that's on the table. Another option would be to have Cena win it at SummerSlam, and just delay it into the summer and make SummerSlam a bigger deal. So I don't know. I'm really torn as to whether Cena would win it at Mania or not. Winning it at Mania does make sense. That's where a lot of the big moments happen. But you could delay it as well. You know, Cena being disappointed at the Rumble, that sort of might be an image that we see throughout 2025 of Cena trying and failing, but never give up. And he eventually gets it a little further down the road. What is the press conference going to be about, said Shy's Garage. We don't know, but we don't know. I mean, we really are just lost. I was very much of the opinion this was going to be The Rock coming in to... I was very much of the opinion this was The Rock coming in to announce New Orleans, to have a word with Cody, to kick up the dust, and to go. And to be honest with you, all of that could still happen. The press conference afterwards could be about New Orleans WrestleMania 42, as was announced. Big news. WrestleMania next year's in New Orleans. Tickets going to be available at this time. Blah, 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 blah. You know, it could be that. It would be a bit weird to do a big press conference after SmackDown for that. It does feel a bit more like The Rock's going to get involved at Mania. I'm right there with people that are thinking that now, but again, it's a wait and see job, isn't it? I don't want to get too carried away with anything, and then obviously we get there and it turns out it's absolutely not that, you know? Because we've been down these roads and we've been disappointed before. And so it's just one where we're going to have to wait and see. Right. The Rock announces the WrestleMania 42 location, and he'll announce he'll be coming to WrestleMania 41. He can rock bottom Roman Reigns night 2 in the aftermath, which will set up WrestleMania 42. Yeah, I mean, the other thing as well is that it could be that The Rock announces that he's going to be at... The Rock could announce that he's going to be at SummerSlam. And then, of course, you've got a big announcement there that you can make. The Rock is going to be at SummerSlam, tickets available, blah, 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 blah. You know, they can make a big deal out of that. So, I don't know. I'm definitely looking at it, and I'm definitely thinking it feels like The Rock's going to be at Mania. It's got that sort of vibe to it, right? Everything you would want to be seeing, you know, him putting little teasers out on social media, the fact that they've had to completely scrap plans and go in a different direction, the fact there's a press conference after SmackDown, I mean, everything's pointing towards that. And, you know, I'm seeing what you're seeing. But it could still be some other stuff as well, so we need to just not get too carried away. Do you think we'll see Randy before WrestleMania 41? Yeah, I do. I mean, I was thinking he'd be at the Chamber to interrupt Kevin and Sammy. I think there's still a chance of that. Apparently, Randy against Kevin is the plan for WrestleMania. Days, would the press conference be on TV right after SmackDown? I don't think it would be on TV. No, I think it would be on their socials. The TV slot they've got on USA is 3 hours. They're going to take that up with the show, of course. I mean, unless they decide to do a 2.5 hour SmackDown and then use the last half an hour for a press conference, but I don't think they'll do that. I think they'll do a normal SmackDown, 3 hours, and then I think it'll be go to their socials for the press conference. A press conference after SmackDown, said Peter. Yeah, that is crazy. Six Horror Kingman said, with WrestleMania being 2 months away, what do they do for the show to not feel lackluster? Well, I mean, having The Rock is definitely going to make a big difference. We spoke about this the other day, and my feeling on it is that they have dealt with the wrong title first. I think last year we dealt with Roman and the top title and the bloodline and Cody and Rock. All of that was dealt with at the Rumble. And even though it had twists and turns, we were still dealing with that story. And that story, the top story, that was the story that was carrying WrestleMania. Really, everything else was just pretty standard stuff. But if you think back to the build last year's build was all about Rock. It was all about Cody. It was all about Roman. It was all about Seth. It was all about who's Cody going to choose. It was all about we want Cody. And we did that, boom, straight out of the Rumble. Cody wins the Rumble. We're dealing with the top story. This year, we're, 3 weeks after the Rumble now, and we're still sat here and we don't know who Cody is facing because we've got to wait for the Chamber. Cody and his title is going to main event night 2. It's arguably the top story. Obviously, the other top story looks like it's going to be Cena trying to get number 17, but guess what? We're still waiting to see if Cena's going to even be at WrestleMania this year. He will, but we're still waiting for that. We've had next to no appearances from John Cena, apart from, being at the Rumble and the debut Raw on Netflix. So we're still waiting for John Cena to really make appearances. Cody Rhodes still doesn't know who he's facing. Roman, we've barely seen during the builds. Seth, CM Punk, Roman, that's believed to be main event night 1. We've done a bit of stuff at the Rumble for that, but we haven't really followed it with anything. In fact, we didn't see CM Punk this week. So I sort of feel like we're 3 weeks past Rumble, and arguably your 2 main events have had very little builds. Very little builds. So what we have built is Jay Gunther, which is, no offense, the secondary title, yeah? I think everyone would agree the belt Cody's got is bigger. That's the one that Roman had. The belt that Gunther's got was just conjured out of thin air a couple of years ago. And so it's great. It's a world title, but it ain't going to carry WrestleMania build, right? And so we've focused on that, which is a secondary thing. We focused on Charlotte Tiffany, which is very much a secondary thing. I mean, I think you could even make the argument Tiffany doesn't even feel like the top women's champion when you've got Rhea running around with her belt. Tiffany doesn't even feel like the top women's champion. Gunther doesn't feel like the top champion. He lost to Cody at Crown Jewel. And Tiffany doesn't feel like the top women's champion. That would feel like Rhea. Rhea doesn't know who she's facing yet. Cody doesn't know who he's facing yet. We haven't built night one main event. I feel like what we did at the Rumble was deal with secondary stories, but the big, juicy primary story that we dealt with last year at the Rumble, we're still waiting. Really, tonight is where we're really getting some development on that front, and we still don't know what The Rock's going to say. So how can the build for WrestleMania be better? We need to start addressing the top end of the cards. We need to start dealing with what is going to be the actual main events, the ones that are actually going to close the show. You know, WWE calls several matches main events. But, you know, we live in a world where, okay, WWE can say that Jay Gunther's the main event. They can say that Charlotte Tiffany's the main event. But at the end of the day, there's only 2 matches that are going to end WrestleMania. And they're the ones that are the most important. They're the ones that WWE themselves have chosen to close the show because they're that big. And we ain't done anything with them. So that's where we need our focus shifting. Hence why The Rock coming back and teasing all this Cody stuff, and hence why, you know, we keep saying it's going to be after the Chamber. It's going to be after the Chamber. It's going to be after the Chamber. Because once we get past the Chamber, we're going to deal with those matches, and that's where the good stuff is. That's where, you know, your twists, your turns, your brawls, your police getting involved, all this kind of carnage. That's where that is. That's where, you know, you get your social media promos and all that kind of stuff. The problem was the build for Cody Cena felt like it was going to be a handshake and see you at WrestleMania. That's what the build to that felt. They like each other. You know, I'm sure there would have been some promos where, you know, Cena would have just maybe asked a couple of questions of Cody. Like, you're the guy, undeniably you're the guy, and I'm so pleased for you, but are you really the guy? Can you really stand up at WrestleMania in a main event and hang with me? Like, you know, maybe we would have had something like that to have just put a little grit in there. But by and large, that build was going to be really flat. Because what are they going to... They ain't going to attack each other, are they? Cody ain't going to attack Cena. Cena ain't going to attack Cody. They're just going to shake hands, may the best man win. How are you going to build that over 6-7 weeks? Cody would probably have had to have had a side feud. He probably would have had to have been feuding with like a heel. And someone would have had to have been a problem, a thorn in his side. Cena probably wouldn't have been around every week either. Although I think he is doing pretty well in March, actually. I think he is on that tour in March. So I think Cena is around, not too bad, actually, March-wise. But yeah, for me, this is where the build has been a bit off, is we've dealt with the wrong stories. We've not built up the top end of the cards, and we're seemingly going to address that tonight, and that is very welcome. Very welcome. And that's why, you know, this is one of the most exciting episodes we've seen in 2025, and it's not even happened yet. Carl said, would the press conference... Oh, we answered that one. Let's go down. Would Logan be better used as maybe a special guest ref for maybe LA Night match at WrestleMania? Because there is history saving him fighting and ruining storylines, but having a top appearance. Logan wants to wrestle. This is the problem that WWE have got. I think WWE would love to have Logan do the odd kind of match and be at the big shows, and, you know, we'll put him in a match here, or we'll have him as guest ref, or we'll have him be a commentator, guest commentator, or we'll find a way of using him in the segment that we want him to showcase. But we don't need him to wrestle. I don't think WWE, genuinely, I don't think they are actively encouraging him to be a wrestler. I don't think they're looking for that, because What WWE want is they want access to his show and they want access to his Twitter account. This is nothing but social media numbers. They look at Logan as someone that has got a fan base. He gets good numbers on his podcast. He gets excellent numbers on social media. And WWE want to tap into that. They want to get their content on those platforms. That's why we're working with the devil, so that we can get access to that. The trade-off is that Logan wants something in return, right? Fine. And what he wants is he wants to have matches. Okay, we can do that. We've done celebrity matches. And credit to Logan, when he does, he gives it his all, yeah? He doesn't, it would be so much worse if he was stinking the place out, yeah? The WWE would have a bigger problem then if he was awful, but, you know, people were watching. WWE would have a real problem, but at least when he goes in the ring, he can put on serviceable matches, yeah? He tries, he wants to be good. He wants to be a good wrestler, and he works hard at that, and I'll give him credit for that. I'll give him credit for that. Doesn't mean he is like a wrestler in the same terms as everyone else, because it's very different going in and having a match once every, you know, couple of months. It's very different doing that and preparing for those matches. And each time you have a match, you've been practicing a new move that we've not seen before because you've had 2 months in between matches. How about you try doing the schedule where you have to wrestle every week? And you're not going to have as much time to rehearse in between. And so you're not going to have chance to add new moves to your moveset every single time. Yeah. And actually your bag of tricks, they're going to get seen and people will get a bit bored of them because we'll see your moveset again and again and again and again. And your moves won't have as much impact as a result. Yeah. Just like the other wrestlers have to go through. There's a big difference between what the wrestlers do and what Logan does. And that's why you can praise Logan and say he works hard and he's athletic. But if you're going to compare him to the other wrestlers and say he's better than the others, my answer would be, well, how about he does the same work as the others and then get back to me? Because I tell you, once you see him on a regular basis, you'll soon start to see that he's not of the same standard as the others, because the others are doing it on a very regular basis. So for me, WWE are in a very difficult position where they are having to accommodate him, and he wants things like he wants to be fighting for he wants to be champion. He wants big matches and he wants to be WWE champion. And the problem WWE have got is if you're Triple H, you can be like, yeah, okay, but I feel like this is what we need to do now. Like, you need to have a feud with this person. You need to feud Ricochet, because Ricochet can do amazing stuff and it's going to go viral. You and Ricochet went viral at the Rumble, so let's do you, Ricochet, at SummerSlam, and it will be the most viral match ever. Yeah, how does that sound? Okay. Logan can get with that. And so we delay Logan going for a title a little bit longer, right? Or we do put him up for a title, but okay, you're not going to beat Roman because we're building Roman. Yeah, so you'll go for the title. You, Roman Reigns, for the title. You, Cody, for the title. We're not going to have you win, though, this time. And again, we kick the can a bit further down the road. So we keep kicking that can down the road. The problem we've got is he's 28. And he's still got a career of 15 years if he wants it. At some point, I don't know how much longer we can kick the can down the road. It's either going to come to the point where we have to make him world champion to keep him around and keep access to his social media and his impulsive show, or we don't, and we run the risk of upsetting him and he leaves. I know which one I would choose, and I'm pretty sure I know which one you would choose, but I don't know which one WWE will choose. And we might have to get used to the idea that Logan could be a world champion. And actually, if he does stick with it and does keep going, I can't even guarantee that he won't at some point get his hands on the WWE championship. I can't, but I think that one is much further down the road. I think if they were going to put a world title on him, it would probably be Money in the Bank, cash in, he gets Gunther's belt, and he becomes a world champion. But Logan running around as the world champion is going to be a very, very bitter pill for people to swallow. That's going to be a really difficult time for people that just really are not going to want not going to want that. And some people could say, well, that's what a heel should be, like that you don't want. But it's a bit different when you don't want it because they're just not a good person genuinely, you know? Like, it's a bit different if someone's playing a heel and you don't like them, you boo them like we boo Gunther. But it's a bit different if the person that gets it you really don't feel should even be in the company at all. And you just don't like them. And they've been caught up in loads of scams and they're just unsavory people, yeah? So I kind of, it's difficult. It's really difficult when it comes to Logan. I mean, if I was WWE, I'd be trying to kick it down the road as well. I get why they want access to his social media. We live in a world where, listen, Corey Graves ain't flipping on commentary. Pat is, because Pat's got a show. And why do you think he's there? It ain't because he's a good commentator. He ain't got a voice for commentary. But he's there because they want access to his show. And they want him on the show so that his followers come and watch the show. And that's why he's there. And it's the exact same thing with Logan as well. They're in the same boat. It's the exact same thing. They are there because of their star power. And that's exactly what Corey was told. Sorry, you can't be on commentary. You're not famous enough. And that's modern WWE. That is where we are. So everyone knows my thoughts on celebrities in wrestling. I mean, I'm not a fan of them being in the ring. I can cope better with them being out of the ring, but I'm not a fan of them being in the ring. But the one thing I will say about Logan is that he puts the work in. He is athletic. He's not like a singer that looks stick thin. Like, he's got a good height. He's got a good build. He is athletic. So, I mean, there are positives there, but yeah, the Logan situation is one that I know causes quite a few people a bit of discomfort. And I think it is about just kicking that can down the road as much as we can. Harvey said, would you agree if there was a fatal four-way between Gunther, Jay, Jacob, Demon Balor, would you agree that should main event WrestleMania? I don't know, to be honest. I don't know because, I mean, Finn Balor is been caught in the mid-card for a long time. I like Demon Balor, but I don't know that I can make the argument that bringing Demon Balor back would mean that he should be in a main event. I mean, a main event's really hard. I mean, that match would not replace whatever Cody's doing, right? So really, what would you choose? Would you choose the star power of Seth, Roman, CM Punk triple threat? Or would you go with Gunther, Jay, Jacob, Demon Balor? I mean, Gunther versus Jay feels like it's probably going to open night 2, not close the night. So is that match bigger by adding in Demon Balor, who's basically Finn Balor, who's been caught in the mid-card for a long time, and Jacob, who is still kind of growing and not quite there yet? A lot of hype around him, a lot of excitement around him, but we know that WrestleMania is for the casual fans. Like, people watch WrestleMania that don't normally watch it. My brother will probably watch WrestleMania. Jacob don't mean nothing to him. But Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, CM Punk very much does. So I don't think it would, to be honest, but I think Gunther, Jay, Jacob, Demon, Fatal 4-Way, sounds like a bonkers match. Would be a lot of fun. I'd definitely be down for seeing it, but I don't think it would replace Roman, Punk, Seth. I think the star power in Roman, Punk, Seth is too strong. And it wouldn't replace Cody. There ain't no way Cody's defending the top title and it ain't going to close out a night, is it? So, South African wrestling fan said, I know this is crazy, but do we think The Rock will come out and aid Cody in the chamber, force Cody to defend in the chamber and say to Cody, if you survive, I'll be waiting at WrestleMania? I'm not expecting that. I suppose it does fix a problem, and that becomes what happens with the chamber match, in the sense of what happens with the chamber match, because, like, at the moment, the winner of the chamber will face Cody. If you make the chamber match for the title and you actually put Cody in there, which The Rock could do because he is on the TKO board and he does whatever the flip he wants, you know, he could go out there and announce you're going to be in the chamber I would hope we would see either Cody or we would see The Rock interact with Triple H, because it's Triple H's decision. And I would want Triple H to be peeved. I'd want Triple H to be absolutely flipping livid. Like, who are you to come in here and throw your weight around and completely change what we're doing? And, you know, this was set, this was planned. And I'd want to see The Rock go, yeah, plans change. Plans change. And you're going to need to get used to that with me being around, me being on the board. I would like, if we do that, I'd like to see that interact. I'd like to see Triple H showing that he's angry. I'd like to see Cody going up to Triple H like, what's this about? And Triple H be like, this is, Cody, I promise you, this has nothing to do with me. This is nothing to do with me. He does what he wants, and he has the power to do that. He's on the TKO boards. This was not my hands are clean. I would want to see Triple H do that, and I think that would explain the situation. Cody then going into the chamber is fine, defending the title, and then the winner goes on to face The Rock. I wouldn't have a problem with that. The only thing I would need explaining, and I think it can be explained as well, is why was he on the Raw debut giving flowers to flipping Cody and Roman and being all like, everything's brilliant, you know? That's going to need explaining. I've already said that for me, the way out of that is to say there was executives, and you know, I'm clever enough to know that I'm not going to make myself look bad in front of Hollywood executives, Netflix executives. You know, that was a big night of celebration. I was in good spirits and I was on my best behavior because there was a lot of important people around. Well, guess what? Those important people, they're not around today. They wouldn't be seen dead in New Orleans. Boo, cheap heat, blah, blah, blah. And then that's your explanation. It was basically a lie. What he did on that show was basically him putting on a brave face, like loving it, celebrating, you know, but it wasn't real. He didn't mean anything he said. When he was drinking with Cody secretly, he's still flipping hating him. When he's putting the thing over Roman, he's still flipping hating him. And I think we could save it that way. But there's a bit of work to be done here. You know, he has put it in a bit of a situation where there are explanations that are needed. And if we don't get those explanations, there'll be plenty of people that are like, this just doesn't make sense. Sucks. He's just coming back doing what he wants. It's just, I can see a lot of backlash if we don't get everything quite fitting. But I think there is a way of getting things to fit. Normally there is. I mean, you're really in a bad situation if your pieces, you know, you just can't fit them together at all, whatever you do. So, yeah, I don't mind that, honestly. Is that the way I would go? Honest answer, I don't know. I've not given The Rock any thought about WrestleMania. So my honest answer is, I don't know. I mean, I'd be very interested to know what you lot would do with The Rock. If that's the way it went and it was explained, and I saw that Triple H wasn't in on it and all of that stuff, and Cody was angry, and, you know, it felt, okay, this is good. I would be down for that. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I can't really say why there would be a problem. Because Cody's getting screwed. You know, The Rock's screwing him. He is getting screwed. He's being put into a match that he never planned to be in. Defending a title in something where he is clearly at a disadvantage. Inside a chamber. And, you know, he's getting screwed over by The Rock there. That fits the story. And, you know, he then will go on to face The Rock and defend the title at WrestleMania. And we've dealt with the chamber. And I don't know where that leaves Cena. But that's okay. Because Cena, a lot of people thought he would win the chamber. So if he doesn't, people are then going to be like, I can't believe this. This is a disgrace. You're going to have a lot of upset. That's good. Because we saw what upset did last year when Cody got screwed. It prompted the We Want Cody movement. If Cena doesn't win the chamber, if he gets like screwed out of it somehow, you could get a We Want Cena movement this year where people want him to get 17. And really then WWE can decide what they do with that. You know, do we add him to one of the title matches? Do we find something else for him to do? how loud would that movement be of We Want Cena? If it's as loud as Cody last year, maybe it would result in something. But the We Want Cody movement made the build last year better. So if you get a We Want Cena movement this year, it would make the build this year better. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Very interesting. I think there is so many different directions that you can take it, but honestly, I'm still sat here wondering if he's not going to just announce WrestleMania 42 in New Orleans, have a few words with Cody about how he's not available for WrestleMania, but I'll see you at SummerSlam or whatever. Our time is coming, but it just won't be WrestleMania. And that, that could be it for this. People will say, well, what's the press conference about? Maybe it's about WrestleMania 42. If Rock's going to announce he's going to face going to face Cody at SummerSlam because he's free for SummerSlam, that might be your press conference. So it's not guaranteed that The Rock's going to be wrestling at WrestleMania. We do still have to keep bearing that in mind. But things are looking as good as they've ever looked, right? Things are looking as good as they've ever looked, I would say, for him actually doing it. Right, where are we with... we got 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Delwyn, dude, you don't have to keep being so generous, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Honestly, I never know when someone donates so kind. I mean, Delwyn, so supportive. Delwyn talking earlier about, chill, there's still time for the builds. He was right on that. As we said, I think this thing was always kicking off post-Chamber, but maybe a little earlier now. And Delwyn, really appreciate it. He said, here's a fun question. I love fun questions. I'm here for these. Which one do you want to see on night 2 of WrestleMania 41? So night 2, the final night. So Cody Rock or Rock Roman. I'm torn, but I want to see both, but won't be guaranteed. So therefore, triple threat. So I'm not down on the triple threat, actually. I'm not down on Rock, Roman, Cody. The only thing I would say is I want to see Rock Cody one-on-one, yeah? I think when you have that moment, if I think about the most iconic moments in the history of WWE, there's lots that come to mind. But for me, the biggest, and maybe always the biggest, and so a lot of people will disagree with this, and that's fine, okay? But I've always given this answer. It's the same answer I've always given, and nothing has ever changed my mind. And I don't know if anything will ever change my mind, right? But the biggest moment for me in wrestling is when Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant were face-to-face at WrestleMania 3. That was the absolute peak of Hulkamania. That was Hogan's biggest challenge. Andre the Giant's one of the biggest superstars in the history of wrestling. Hulk Hogan's one of the biggest superstars in the history of wrestling. It was one of the biggest WrestleManias ever. Monster crowd, certainly the biggest up to that point, and had that record for a long time after as well, a long time after, like with the amount of people that were there, right? And that moment of, and I know how people feel about Hogan now, but that was at that moment a red hot babyface and a hated heel, a heel that had betrayed the fans. But he was a monster. He was larger than life. He was billed as being unbeaten. He was billed as having never been slammed. Both of those were wrong, but lies. But, not everyone knew that at the time. This was Hogan trying to get past someone that didn't even at times feel like they were part of the human race, right? This was someone that obviously had a disease that meant he grew larger than he should have. And was a true giant, and it is the closest we've probably come to like flipping real life AI, right? To me, you can say lots of different moments. To me personally, if I had to just have one image, it would be that. It would be the face-to-face Hogan Andre. So why are we talking about that? The reason why we're talking about that is because I think that face-to-face is so important and is such a moment in a match. And I have that even more so than someone being pinned. I have the face-to-face at the start as being the important moment, rather than Hogan winning. And even over Hogan slamming Andre, I think the important part is this is what wrestling is. This is wrestling. Wrestling is a red-hot babyface, a hated heel, and it is them looking at each other about to get it on, right? About to have a fight. And so for me, that is the moment. So when it comes to triple threats, I do always feel like it takes that moment away. A triple threat stare down doesn't really work as well. And you've always got like this extra cog in the machine, which is maybe not making things better, you know? So the idea of Rock, Roman, Cody is brilliant. I'm totally down to see it. But if you offer me that over Cody versus Rock, I'm taking Cody versus Rock. I'm taking the singles match. I want the face-off. I want the hated heel and the red-hot babyface to step in the ring and stare at each other. And I want that moment. I want the moment where they're looking at each other and they are literally about to go to blows after everything that's happened in the builds. And that, to me, really contributes to a match. A lot of people right now will be thinking of Hogan Rock and how amazing that face-off was, WrestleMania 18, and them two being face-to-face, and, you know, just the chills that moment gave off as the crowd were just, you know, trying to figure out who to support. And ultimately, they back Hulkster. Ultimately, they choose, in that moment, 2002, literally just after the Attitude Era, you've got The Rock in the ring with Hulk Hogan, and the crowd choose Hogan. And it's magic. People talk about that moment more than they even talk about who won. People don't talk about who won that match. They talk about the crowd reaction at the start. So for me, I think there's something really special about the face-off, the beginning of the match, the goosebumps, the anticipation. I think a bit of that is taken away when it's a triple threat or a fatal four-way. There's just too many cogs. And I think I will always take a singles match over a triple threat. So for me, the triple threat sounds great, but I don't know that I would want that as the main event of WrestleMania. I think I would choose Cody Rock this year, and I would do Rock Roman next year, and I would go in that direction. I mean, what you could do as well is you could have Rock versus Roman night 1, winner faces Cody night 2. You know, you could go that way. So that way you could actually have both. Because if The Rock did somehow get past Roman on night 1, not only are you getting Rock Roman night 1, but the winner goes to night 2, and that would be The Rock. The Rock, maybe Solo, maybe Jacob, maybe someone interferes. Rock gets past Roman. So you do Rock Roman night 1, Rock goes through, you get Cody Rock night 2. You could do them. You could have them both. Kind of sucks a bit for CM Punk, who again would miss out, and I certainly don't think that's something we're going to be doing. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why a triple threat is not really what I lean towards. I don't mind it. I will watch triple threats. I've seen some of the best triple threats I've ever seen in recent years. Some of the triple threats we've had recently have been up there with some of my favorites. That Drew, Sheamus, Gunther triple threat at WrestleMania 38, was it? 39 maybe? Was incredible. No, it was 39, wasn't it? 40 was Gunther, Sammy. Incredible. So triple threats can absolutely deliver, but I've got a real soft spot for singles matches. So I would choose Cody against The Rock, and I would do Roman Rock next year. But there is a way of actually getting both this year if you really wanted. Or you could do the triple threat. I would not cry about it. But there would be part of me after that I think would still want the singles matches. even if we have the triple threat, I don't feel like it really scratches the itch of I want Cody Rock and I want Rock Roman. It doesn't quite scratch that itch. I think I would still want the singles matches after the triple threat. So, Delwyn, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Really appreciate the support, dudes, and you know that. David said, Rock believes in Joe Hendry versus Cody. No chamber. Mr. Unfamiliar said, thoughts on CM Punk's favour from Heyman. Well, do you know what? That might go out the window now. My thoughts on that, right? My thoughts on that are that we are potentially... So, the favour for CM Punk, I think, was going to be get me in the main event of WrestleMania. And the reason why I say that is because I think we were heading to Seth versus Roman as a singles match. And CM Punk wants to be in a Mania main event. He has obviously got issues with Seth. There's no love lost between him and Roman, right? And so if he does not win the chamber, which I don't think CM Punk wins the chamber, then I think that it could be a case that he finds himself out of both title matches and at a bit of a loss as to kind of what he's going to do. And we know that he was very angry after Royal Rumble. We all saw him staring at like Heyman after he got eliminated. I think technically it was Logan that eliminated him, but he blamed Roman and Seth because he'd just eliminated them. He was kind of looking at them as he was distracted, and then he was eliminated. And then there was a big brawl on the outside, and I think he looked at Heyman kind of like, your boy just cost me. So if you've got a favor that you're going to call in, I've got to think you're going to call it in around WrestleMania. Be a bit weird to have a favor that you just don't call in for like years and years and years. I've got to think that they did that so that it sets up for Mania. I think he wants to get into the Mania main event. I think it's going to be Roman versus Seth. And I think that CM Punk's going to have a word with Heyman and he's going to say, get me in that match. You've got the power to get me into that match. You owe me. Roman owes me because I came to his aid at Survivor Series and I want in that match. I want to be in the main event of WrestleMania. Get me in that match. Heyman is then in a very difficult situation because there ain't no way Roman's going to want to add an extra body to that match. And there ain't no way he's going to want it to be CM Punk. So you've got Roman that's going to be a hard no. And you've got Heyman that's going to be in a situation where he's going to have to go against his tribal chief, really. I mean, he's going to have to do it. He's going to have to do it. He said that he would. And I think Heyman is... when it comes to Punk, someone that would keep his words. So, difficult situation for Paul Heyman, and that's kind of what I'm looking at. But this Rock news might just change all of this. We don't know what this Rock news is going to be, but it might just change all of this. Jonathan said he could be hosting WrestleMania. That's a really good shout, you know. That's a really good shout. That is a really good shout. Kevin Owens is outside Sami Zayn's house, apparently. This just coming through. Let's have a look at this.
You got what you wanted, huh? You got your match. You couldn't just take the punishment that you deserved, that I already given you, and let it go. No, you wanted me and you to go again. You wanted to fight me. You want to hurt me. You want to end my career, which will hurt my family, by the way, which is truly despicable. But what about your family, Sammy? Huh? Have you thought of them? What about your family, hey? Do they know? Do they know what you're about to put them through? When they have to watch me end your career in Toronto? And what happens then, eh? When you can't provide for them anymore and everything they have, the nice house, the peace, the security, the shelter, when it's all gone. And why? Huh? Why? Because you're too proud? Because you're selfish? You are selfish. Because you're gonna make me do this to them, I'll never forgive you for that. I'll see you in Toronto. But remember, you asked for this. It's all your fault.
I was going to cut it short because I sort of felt like, okay, we got the message here. But then I really wanted to know, like, does he open the door at the end? Like, I wanted to know how it finished. So that's why I let the whole, like, 1 minute 40 go. Oh, my God, guys, WrestleMania's here. Guys, have you noticed WrestleMania's arrived? Oh, my God. This is the stuff people wanted after the Royal Rumble. This is it. This is what people wanted. People wanted proper WrestleMania builds. And The Rock being on SmackDown, this, where he's going around Sammy's house, this is what people hope for. This is what people want. And honestly, I don't really understand why it's taken so long for us to kind of get to this point, because this isn't a top story. It's a secondary story. But why has it taken us so long after to kind of get to this? But I feel like we could have got here a little bit quicker, to be honest with you. You know, Kevin, after that beatdown, could have attacked Sammy. Like, I can't even remember when he did, but he could have attacked him the night after. Could have attacked him on the Raw following the Rumble. And then week off, and then boom, we could have got here a little bit quicker. But this is the stuff people want. They want this kind of, oh my God moment, OMG, he's round his house. I mean, whether he goes in or not, I'm not sure. Obviously, he might just walk away. And, like, you know, Sammy will see this, and it's really a warning. Like, I was there. I could have done some stuff. I didn't. But next time I will. Or he might have just after this opened the door and murked everyone, right? So I don't know. I don't know kind of obviously what's happened there. I mean, he's only posted it 33 minutes ago. But this is the stuff people want. This is what a WrestleMania build should look like, yeah? Goods. Well, very exciting. I'm very, very excited that we are in this situation where we are actually now getting some movement. I'm really pleased. Goods. Right, let's go over to... Are we up? Oh, no, I thought we was up to speed with Super Chats. Uncle Revel said, Rock versus Roman, Punk versus Cody, Cena versus Logan, Seth versus... ? So, what? Rock versus Roman, Punk versus Cody, Cena versus Logan Paul, Seth versus ? Some people would say Drew. A lot of people wanted Drew up there in that sort of conversation. So, Rock Roman, Punk Cody, Cena Logan. I feel like the name that's missing is probably Drew. Because there's a lot of people that weren't happy with him and Damien. So I think Drew would be my answer to that one. James said, Days, I know that really believe that Rock will enter himself in the chamber last second and eliminate Cena to win the match and face Cody at Mania, very much like Roman at Payback. James, do you think, this is my counter kind of point, do you think that he needs to go into the chamber to face Cody? Because I'm of the opinion that he doesn't. I'm of the opinion that he doesn't need to go to Canada to enter a chamber, to win a chamber, to earn the right. Like, that's a lot of work that the final boss does not need to do. If he wants to snap his fingers and say, I'm in the main event against Cody, he can do that. He's on the TKO board. So... yeah, I mean, I get the point. I get the argument. I suppose my question, though, would be if you've got the ability to do anything, if you've got the ability to put yourself in the main... like, he was going to do that last year. He was going to face Roman last year. Thanks, Cody. I've had a word. Cody, you step aside. I'm gonna take this. And we were going to get Rock Roman last year. He hadn't earned it. He hadn't won anything. He didn't win the... he wasn't even in the flipping Rumble. He spoke to the Rumble winner and said, you step aside, yeah? I'm going to do this. So last year, when he was a face, seemingly at that point, he was willing to not earn it and just go in. So why now that he's a heel and is the final boss, why now would he go in the chamber? Why now would he feel like he has to prove it and earn it? Like, to me, that doesn't make much sense. To me, I'm only saying this because they might do it, but my answer will still be, this doesn't make much sense to me, because he is someone on a TKO board that can just go, I'm in the main event of WrestleMania, and there is literally nothing. I think only Ari Emanuel is the only person that would be able to stop him. Maybe if the board voted, they could stop it. But to be honest with you, he probably knows them all because he's on the board. So he's probably got them all in his pocket anyway. Do you know what I mean? A lot of the people on that board are just businessmen and women that, you know, love The Rock and they hang out with him and, you know, go for the odd drink or whatever. If it went to a board decision, I would imagine The Rock's got so much influence there that they would just vote for him anyway. Triple H can't stop it. Nick Khan can't stop it. Like, no one can stop The Rock doing anything. He is very powerful. He's on the TKO board. So, the chamber, it could be a direction we go. I think the real reason we do it, if we do it, is so that we make the chamber more unmissable. I think the reason why you do it is not really a storyline reason. I think it's a business reason of, we're going to put him in so that more people tune in. But I think from a storyline point of view, it'd make more sense if he didn't go in the chamber and he just put himself in the main event. Would that upset fans? Yeah, I don't know actually, because I think a lot of people want him to be in the main event. I think a lot of people want him at WrestleMania. So I think there's a lot of fans that'd be like, oh, he should have qualified, grumble. But I don't think there's going to be any kind of big backlash if he put himself in there. I think, honestly, if you offered people Cody versus Rock right now, they'd snap your hand off for it. Because this Mania build so far has been quite flat. And there's been a lack of heels up there. So I think people would be, yeah, fine, take it. So we're going to have to see, will he put himself in the chamber? He absolutely could. My question for that would be, why has he done that? Gaming in Real Time says, is The Rock going to open SmackDown? I don't know, you know. I don't know that anything has actually been announced. I don't know that anything has come out in regards to what's opening the show. It'd probably be wise for them to wait on that. WrestleVotes half an hour ago said, I'm told there will be direct interaction between The Rock and Cody tonight, which is good and has massively been teased. So, yeah, I think that's going to be a very interesting segment. There was no issue between them before. So that's going to need to be explained. Why is there issue there now? There was no issue there before. And I think that it can be explained. But it's going to be very interesting. It does certainly feel like there's more to this than just WrestleMania 42 location. I'm sure you're getting that vibe as well with flipping press conferences and little bits of news that keep coming through. So, yeah, very exciting. And we've only got, 18 minutes now to wait. I actually wish we'd started even earlier, you know. I didn't. We always do this. We always kind of start like at least 2 hours before so that we can really get stuck into stuff. But there's just so much that's going on right now. I don't even really feel like we've kind of settled down. I feel like this show's going to start and I'm not going to be ready. WrestleMania is 2 days. Someone had better book something good. Yeet versus Gunther isn't the greatest match. Thank you. KO Sammy, says Akeem. Edward said, Days, I like what you're saying about Rock Cody or Rock Roman night one, but what does this mean for the chamber? As it will be peeved if Rock takes Cena's Mania main event spot or Punk spot. Well, to be honest with you, the winner of the chamber could find themselves going into the Gunther J match, and I mean that would not be terrible. I mean, you could still. It depends what you want to do. The bottom line is this: when it comes to wrestling, you're always going to upset someone, right? The women's division is currently frustrated. Do you know why they're frustrated? Because we're not giving them TV time. Why aren't we giving them TV time? Because the numbers are saying that the men should have that time, right? So we go with the guys, right? The problem is that the women aren't ever going to be able to get on TV or show they deserve to be on TV until they get the TV time, yeah? I totally get their argument. Totally understand. But we're not giving more women's mid-card feuds. We're not putting Zelina on and Shayna on and Zoe on, because I'll bet you anything the numbers say that's not the right thing for the ratings. I'll bet you anything that when it comes to the most played superstars, when it comes to merch sales, I'll bet you anything that those women are not that high on the list, yeah? When it comes to most Google searches for wrestlers, or when it comes to like engagement on posts, there's so many different metrics that you can use to see who your most popular stars are. I'll bet you that the people that don't get on TV aren't getting on TV because their numbers are not as strong as the people that are getting on TV, yeah? The problem is, if you want to change that, you've got to invest in those people that aren't on TV, put them on TV, and, build them up, right? You've got to take a chance. But the bottom line is, you're always going to upset people. What you've got to do is what's right for the business and what you think the right thing is. So when it comes to, if you genuinely think this year, WrestleMania, the biggest, best thing we can do is Rock Roman night 1, winner faces Cody night 2, you do it. You do it. What does that mean for the chamber? Winner goes and faces Jay Gunther, right? Still fights for a world title, but it just won't close the show, yeah? What does it mean for CM Punk? Well, it means he isn't going to main event WrestleMania, yeah? What you can try and do is say to him, you was going to, but plans have changed, and I'm going to try and get you there next year, yeah? I'm going to give you I'm going to try and get you there next year. So you have a conversation with him. These kind of setbacks, these kind of plan changes, they do happen more than I think people know. I think plans do, certainly under Vince, flipping now, shows were changing literally just before the flipping broadcast, But it's like, even before the Rock situation, we had rumors of Cody versus Cena, yeah? And we had rumors of Seth versus Roman versus Punk. So that's 5 big names that were going to be in the top 2 matches. Probably the biggest conversation I saw around those rumors is, where's Drew? Why is Drew not up there? So again, you've got 5 names in the 2 big matches, and one of the biggest conversations I saw is, why is Drew not up there? You're always going to have someone that's going to be missing out. You're always going to, unless you're going to do like flipping both nights fatal 4-ways. Yeah, another conversation is, why do the women always miss out? We have a women's Royal Rumble. The winner of that is meant to main event WrestleMania. But when's the last time the women actually closed the show at WrestleMania? I think, is it WrestleMania 37? When we did Bianca versus Sasha on night 1. I don't think the women have actually closed the show since then. So that would be 38, 39, 40, and it looks like 41. This will be the 4th year where the women have not closed the show. And in the whole history, they've only ever done it twice, which would be main event of 35, main event of 37, night 1. And so you've got that conversation out there as well. Like, what about the women? How come the women never get that opportunity? Technically, shouldn't it be the women do night 1, the guys do night 2? And if the women's match is more interesting, shouldn't that do night 2? So it's one of those where you're always going to have someone missing out. There's so many big names, you're always going to have someone missing out. I don't know that that's the right thing to do, by the way. I mean, I'm not even campaigning for Rock Roman night 1, winner faces Cody night 2. I like it. It ticks boxes. It gives you the 2 matches I think people are most interested in seeing. But, you do have the Cena problem, but I think Cena's 17. I think that can be kicked down the road anyway. I think Cena trying to win his 17th. I don't mind him getting that at SummerSlam. I was always all right with Cena, like, not getting it at WrestleMania. That did not have to be set in stone for me. And I think you can put him in with Gunther and Jay, and, you know, have him win the Chamber and put him into that match. So he still goes for the title. But the person that would miss out here would be CM Punk, probably. CM Punk would be the one that would really be missing out because he would not be in that main event. And I don't think you would do Roman, CM Punk, Rock. I don't think that's the match people would want to be seeing. And you've got his whole favor thing as well, you know. But this is part of the problem, isn't it? Where The Rock's come back, he's now potentially offering up a very interesting alternative WrestleMania with his presence. And so a lot of the stuff that we've planted seeds for, they might not make sense anymore. It's going to be very, very difficult to sit down and make everything work with what we've been doing, because The Rock coming in feels like he's taken us down roads we were not planning on going down. It does feel like we're going down roads now that are not roads we were anticipating going down. So things that we've been teasing and things that we've been building, they are maybe not things that we will still look to utilize, like the favor. We can keep that a little later if we have to, post-Mania. There's every chance it was going to be used for Mania, but we might be looking at post-Mania now. But I don't know, because I still don't know what The Rock wants to do. I still don't have any idea if he's going to wrestle or not. And I'm really, as I keep saying, I'm really not campaigning or anything for Rock Roman and then Rock Cody. I'm not, you know, making an argument for that. The only thing I would say about that, though, is if he can't do WrestleMania next year, The Rock, because he's doing films and whatever, and he is free this year, I think those are the two matches people want to see out of The Rock. And I don't know, when will we get to them? I mean, you can do one this year, but the other one you might have to wait a few years for it. Because there's just no guarantees as to when. I don't even think he knows when he's going to be free, to be honest. I don't think even he knows. So, yeah, it's messy. It is definitely messy. We know that it's messy. I don't think it was ever intended to be messy, but this is the same boat Triple H is in right now. I wouldn't be shocked if you see Triple H later and he's just fully grey. Fully grey. Yeah, probably coming out with a walking stick as well. This has aged him so much, because I really don't get the impression that this was planned at all. Opulus Travel said, Days, I'm currently watching Mania 22. I'm feeling very tired. Might not be able to watch SmackDown. Oh, Opula. You've gone and you've got wrestle burnout now. You've burnt yourself out with too much wrestling. Well, the great thing is, look, it's on Netflix. If you do doze off, you can always catch up. But, yeah, I would say this is unmissable. Wrestle Andy, hello. Days, who would you have walking out Mania as winners? Depends on the matches, doesn't it? But, I mean, I would not give up on Cody's title reign. That might be unpopular, but Cody Rhodes, I feel really sorry for. I think that he had a lot of crowd support last year. It was a brilliant moment. Everyone. I don't think there was anyone, right? And I mean this. I don't think there was anyone that was not concerned about when he won the title, how are we going to keep the same momentum going, right? You saw it all over social media before, right? It was not a difficult thing for people to look at and say, oh, well, you know, finishing the story is a massive deal. What happens? What do we do when that's done? Yeah. Even Triple H, in the gorilla position after Cody had won, said to Cody, you've got the ball now. You've got the ball. It's our job to set the field and set the plays, and we're going to do that for you, right? Triple H basically saying, don't worry, we've got you. Like, we're going to make this amazing. Yeah, you've got the ball now. We're going to set the plays, set the fields. What did they flipping do? Yeah, creatively, it's been redundant. I mean, they gave him AJ Styles first. I wasn't too down on that. Banging match. But no one thought he would lose, right? But you've got to say Backlash. I mean, it was a match of the year. Then they did the rematch with AJ. Not sure that was wise, but they did it. And again, another banging match. Then, I can't remember what was next then. Was it Logan? Which, again, we spoke earlier. You're just, honestly, you're just trying to kick that can down the road. Logan is someone that is big social media, probably works for Saudi Arabia. You know, big, oh my God, we've got Logan Paul against Cody Rhodes. And, you know, you go real big for that. Then, of course, we did the stupid champion versus champion later in the year as well. Which meant that we had him against Gunther, and we crowned that, and no one really cared about that. But that's not Cody's fault, is it? We're going to do that every year. We're trying to make... at the moment, in boxing, undisputed means a lot. Undisputed is what everyone's doing at the moment, unifying all the belts. So I think they've just looked at that, and they've tried to find a way of kind of leaning into that and bringing that into wrestling. So... the AJ feud made sense. The stuff in Saudi Arabia was nonsense, but it's normally nonsense. The Solo Sikoa match at SummerSlam never felt quite right because Solo never really worked after WrestleMania as the leader of the Bloodline. So I think that was pretty flat, but I think on paper it made sense. In reality, no one really cared. Then we moved on to like the Kevin feuds, and I think that was... good, actually. I think it was a slow start, but I think it was the best thing he did. But it's not been like the big, shocking, dramatic kind of stuff people were hoping for. And so I just feel sorry for Cody. I mean, what's he meant to have done? I don't know what Cody has done wrong. I don't know where the blame is on Cody. You can say his reign is mid, but tell me what he was meant to have done different. And if you're going to tell me, well, he could have faced better opponents, could have faced top names, that's not his choice. He didn't choose that. So, like, that's not him. That's WWE. It's creative. They weren't good enough. It wasn't good enough. So I would keep going with Cody because I don't think he's dropped the ball. I think that there are still big matches for him as champion. And I would keep going past Mania, and I would give him some of those names that people are hoping for. I'd have him against CM Punk, you know. I'd have him defending against flipping Seth Rollins. You know, I'd do those bigger names. I feel like he's done the smaller names, if you will. Yeah, the Solo Sikoas, the AJ Styles, who, no offense, was never winning the title. The Kevin Owens, who, no offense, I didn't think was ever winning the title. He's done those names. Now there's another level he can go to, yeah? And it just seems a bit of a shame to have got through those names, get to the verge of the bigger names, and then what, we take the title off him? Well, that ain't going to make people look back at his title reign with much fondness, is it? I mean, that's just going to confirm everything everyone's been saying, that the reign was mid. So I would keep going with Cody, personally. I would not abandon Cody at this point as champion, even though I think a lot of people would. I would give people the title reign he should have had in 2024. But again, I can't really answer the other stuff because I don't even know what matches we're getting. I don't know what The Rock's flipping doing here. We're all about to find out together. But what I do know is I would keep going with Cody personally. Right. Let's go. How long we got? We've literally got 2 minutes. And there's just so much that's going on. So many talking points. That Kevin Owens thing has really blown up, of course. Carmela. What have we got with Carmela? People saying about the contracts expiring, but still don't know that she is done. Yeah, so Kevin Owens, Carmela, they are the talking points other than, of course, The Rock. And everyone's talking about the flipping Rock. Right, we are about to go over to the start of this show. Are we up to speed with Super Chats? No, David said, only paper can stop The Rock. Very good. Very good. I would rather they do Randy Cody versus Cena or Rock Cody, said Finley. I think there's so many options. I think there's so many options. If Cody holds the title past Mania, it might have overstayed its welcome. The negativity surrounding him will only get louder. It depends how he's booked. Honestly, I think it depends how he's booked. I think people are tired of his reign because the reign has been mid. But I think if you put him in there with better opposition and people where it feels like he really is going to run the risk of losing that title, I think people would be okay with it. People just want to be entertained. People just want to watch stuff that matters. People just want to watch good feuds and, you know, compelling television. And I don't see why Cody can't be a part of that, personally. Right, okay, we do actually have a run list here. So I don't know if people want to know the run list. If you don't, step away for a moment. But Fightful Select a report in the order of tonight. So let's run down it, okay? Jimmy Uso, Drew starts the show, apparently. An Alexa Bliss vignette. Backstage segment, doesn't say what it is. Tag match, doesn't say what it is. Promo, doesn't say what it is. Tiffany against Candice. Naomi against Liv. Then it's The Rock. Then it's DIY Pretty Deadly. And then it says main event adjustment, question mark. So there's a lot of uncertainty here. There's a lot of uncertainty. That main event adjustment, I mean, what does that mean? There's so many segments here that are just like, we don't know what they are. So The Rock is not listed internally as opening the show. So there we go. We've got the order. Let's see. Everyone's talking. Everyone's speculating. This has got a huge feel to it as a result. Nothing comes easy on the road to WrestleMania. Breaking news. The Rock announces he'll be at Smackdown. So big cheer as that graphic is shown in the arena. There is Tiffany. Tiffy time. I don't know about you. I can't wait to see what he's got to say about why he acted the way he acted on that Netflix premiere. One, two, three, four. My prediction, WrestleMania 42 announcement, and then he'll tease something. There's Cody. Smile on his face, so he shakes the hand of Nick Aldis. Got to take you out the six man. It's out of my hands. It's out of my hands. You're out the six man. There's no one you can call. There's no one I can call. If you smell what I'm cooking. The final boss wants to see you in the ring. So, Cody is out of that match. Yeah, here we go, said Brony. Cody, the boss, has spoken. Okay, so Drew making his way out. So yeah, this was correct. This run order is the order that has been advertised. Drew versus Jimmy. After all this, SmackDown had better deliver now, said James. If you smell what I was cooking earlier, says William. So, yeah, here comes Drew. I don't think The Rock will explain his actions. He doesn't think that he owes anyone any answers. That would be very frustrating. That would be very frustrating. WWE live conference after SmackDown, said A. Jobson. I will need an explanation as to why he was so friendly to about it. Okay, so we have got Drew making his way down. I feel like what we've got here is probably the show that we was expecting to have. I can't get rid of cable because SmackDown is the only thing that I would watch on cable, but I really wish I could watch this episode live, said that's what she said. I mean, I don't know if a VPN would work for you, but you could always get Netflix from the UK and you'd be able to watch all the shows that way and you'd be able to get rid of cable. Mackenzie said Tiffany is the only woman that has a catchphrase and it's worked wonders for her. It's worked really, really well. It's really got her over. Okay, here's Jimmy. The Alexa moment should be interesting tonight. Obviously, she's in Elimination Chamber, though, so it's probably just going to be about Elimination Chamber. Here's Big Jim, then. Big Jim making his way down to the ring. Days, I want The Rock versus Roman or Cody, said A. Jobson. Days, do we think we could still get Solo Jacob? I think so. I don't think this would change that. It could do, though. I don't think it will. Jimmy making his way down to the ring. So Wade Barrett's just talking about how the Bloodline has made Drew's life a living hell at times in the past, and this is very much going to be a match that Drew is going to look forward to. Signs in the crowd saying, we love Roman Reigns. Everyone really just waiting for The Rock and that bombshell moment, which I think is going to be probably in the second hour. Chops coming in there by Jimmy. We do need to end our poll in a moment as well. Bradley said, Days, I hope you're doing well. And hello to the chat as well. I hope everyone's doing well in here. We're doing all right, but we're confused. Just like everyone else, we're trying to wrap our heads around what's going on. Crossbody there by Jimmy. Obviously, that press conference is going to cause a bit of carnage as well because there's no way we can't watch that. So we're going to have to stick around and watch that. It's going to mean that Unseen's a little bit delayed. Good throw there by Drew.
I just don't see how The Rock coming back has all of a sudden made the road to WrestleMania so much bigger and better, said Laszlo. BB Yipsy said Natalia, Bianca also have catchphrases. Natalia calls herself the GOAT, the greatest of all time. I call her the Float, the female losingest of all time. Bianca calls herself the EST. They're not catchphrases, though, that have really caught on with the crowd, like chanting them. You don't get the crowd chanting boat to Natalia. You do get some EST chants, I agree with that. But again, another example of look how amazing that's been for Bianca having that. This is definitely something that the women's division needs more of. You know, you look at the success of the whole Yeet thing. You look at the success of LA Knight's catchphrases. You look at OTC and how well that's worked for Roman. I don't know why we don't do that for the women. Over the top to the outside goes Drew. Boot coming in. Kick coming in. I realised that Raw doesn't have a top heel. We might have Braun and JD outside, but we don't have anyone. We've got Gunther. I'd say Gunther was Raw's top heel. Ellis Dub said, I'm down for this. I like what Jimmy's been doing lately. Drew is Drew, and this is fine. So at the moment, we have got Jimmy coming in for a kick there. He goes down. They're just telling him to come back into the ring. He's going to look for an Alabama slam here. Drew has got Jimmy. He's kind of parading him around at the moment. He's going to Alabama slam him onto the steps. And he does. Jimmy goes down. I predict Big Jim is going to win the Andre Battle Royal, said Wrestle with Andy. Opulus Travel said, did anyone else notice the SmackDown blue colour is lighter than it used to be? Not talking about the ring mats. I don't know. I'm looking at the blue on the SmackDown logo. Looks about the same. The ring mat is obviously a different shade. I don't know. I'm looking at the SmackDown blue. That seems quite dark. The blue on the screens looks like the same sort of shade. Well, that's a weird shade, actually. I don't know. There's lots of different shades of blue. The more I'm looking at it, I'm seeing lots of different shades of blue. Jimmy getting back in the ring, just beating the count. Do we think Jimmy looks a bit more slow than Jay? Although I know Jay is having a bigger push, said ABC. I just sort of feel like Jimmy is... I don't know that he's slower. I just think like he's just a bit colder. He's just a bit colder. I mean, there's plenty of criticism of Jay's in ring. So, I think that Jimmy is like, you know, if you had the crowd yeeting away now, trying to cheer him on, you know, he'd come through the crowds, you know, maybe he'd look at the crowd, give a yeet and whatever, like, maybe if there was a bit more of that sort of interaction, but he just feels cold. Chops coming in by Jimmy, reversal. He goes over to the corner, he goes up, kick to the midsection, he goes down. Drew grabbing Jimmy. And he's looking for a suplex and he gets it. How can you watch WWE live, says Freddie. It should just be over on the USA Network or on Netflix. It depends what country you're in, buds. I'm predicting The Rock will enter himself into the chamber. Chamber would be the best one ever with him in, says Jawson. Vatherl said, Days, as someone from the UK, where can we watch the press conference? I think it'll be on their social platforms, buds. I'm guessing it'll be all over, like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, all that sort of stuff. I normally just go to YouTube. Days, do we think Jimmy might help his little brother Solo with Jacob and Gorillas of Destiny, said Sick Horror Kingman. He could do, because I feel like Solo's having a bit of a face turn. I think in that feud, it's either it's either going to be Jacob or Solo that's going to be face. I don't think it'll be heel. So it does feel like it's going to be Solo that's going to be the face. He was the one that said he would come. He apologized to Jacob. He helped Jacob. He accidentally hit Tama Tonga. It was Jacob that was the one that was kind of flying off the handle. So, yeah, it feels to me like Solo is the one that will be face, and that would align him a little bit more with Jay and Jimmy. Shots coming in by Drew, as Jimmy is slumped over in the corner. White Walker, shout out to you, said the crowd is very quiet so far. It's just not. I don't understand why they've not built him. I don't understand why you've got Jimmy out there this cold. It's so obvious that he needs better presentation. Like, you haven't even got a really... I mean, all you've got to do is just compare how he's presented compared to how Jay's presented, and it's night and day. So, like, I don't know. I mean, are they just under the opinion that you chuck him out there and he gets over? I mean, I don't know. Kick to the midsection. Shot there by Jimmy. Drew coming over. Duck underneath there by Samoan drop. Samoan drop. Shoulder up. Bradley said The Rock's going to call out Days. Well, joke would be on him because I'm a streamer and so I wouldn't accept. Jimmy needs a Stairmaster. I think it's Cocoa Puffs here. Brony, shout out to you. Jimmy needs to move away from Jay, Yeet, and all of that and find something else. I agree with that. But he ain't found anything. Big mistake if Solo is face due to Jacob feud, because Jacob will be the one that's being cheered. I don't necessarily disagree, but I think they want Jacob to be heel because I think they want to do things like Jacob versus Roman, Jacob versus Cody. So I don't think they're looking to have Jacob be a face. I think they are looking for Jacob to be like a monster heel. But Solo is the one that was very apologetic. He was the one that was kind of going up to Jacob and trying to help Jacob. So it does feel like Solo's the face. But we've literally just got 1 week to go off, of course, though. William said, I agree with building up Jimmy to have him feel like Jay is going to level out eventually like LA Knight did. It is, I mean, yeah, it is true in the sense of it will level out. The Jay thing will settle down eventually, but it's about maximizing it whilst you've got it, and he's got it, and, you know, they've pulled the trigger, which is why I'm not too down on them doing it now, because he is red hot right now. But Jimmy just doesn't have anything at the moment. How do you feel about what Nick Aldis just said Dax? It's what we thought, wasn't it? It's what we thought. He's basically just said you're out of the triple threat because the final boss wants you out the triple threat. Which is just, yeah. It's he wants to speak to Cody, and there was a rumor doing the rounds that from, I think it was, wasn't it WrestleVotes? Rumor did the round that that they were going to have a meeting. So it's all going the way that has been kind of rumored. Duck underneath, net breaker there by Drew. We need to probably end this poll. 17 minutes into this, crowd obviously quiet. Much bigger things coming up than this match. They're in a really bad spot, these two. I do feel a bit sorry for them, really. Claymore coming in. Super kick. Oh, man. We've now got people moaning about Cody Rock. Huh? Cody versus Rock is literally the worst possible move they could make here. This was the match we were meant to get. It will only worsen the situation. No one wants to see Cody Rock. I'm not sure that's true. It makes Elimination Chamber worthless and it leaves Punk Cena with nothing. I mean, Punk, you can still do Seth, Punk. 1, 2. Oh, Jimmy gets it. You can do Rock Cody. You can do Cena. You can do Cena, Punk, Roman, Seth, Fatal 4-Way, winner faces the champ at WrestleMania Backlash. Okay, we need to do poll. So Jimmy gets it. Crowds are booing. Oh, he's smashing Jimmy's heads into the ring. I'm going to the chamber. I'm going to Mania. You are nothing to me. Oh, he's got him right up against the ring post right now. Is he going to crack him one? He is down. Is he going to move out the way? Is someone going to save? Okay, the refs come down and make the save. That's good. So the officials come down and they prevent Drew from murking Jimmy. Jimmy was in real trouble there. Jimmy was in real trouble. Drew slowly walking away. I'm walking away. There he goes. Oh, and he comes back. Here we go. Charging back. Gets in the ring. Claymore. Oh, he is bothered, you know. He is bothered. He is bothered. Don't let him tell you that he's not bothered. He flipping is, you know. Not even bothered. I mean, I'm not bothered. Doesn't bother me. I love losing. It's my favourite thing. Look, he is. He's crying about it. Okay, so Braun Strowman, Damian Priest against Solo and Jacob. That's the match we've got now. So we've got that match instead. Solo and Jacob having to try and coexist. Can they coexist? Does anyone know what channel this is on? It's on Netflix. Drew has got issues. Days, I knew in my heart and soul that match would end in a roll-up. I think we knew the second the match started, yeah. So we're just seeing what went down last week, of course. 22 minutes of this show gone. One minute into SmackDown, Rock has pulled Cody from the main event. I have got feelings, says Sam. Okay, here we go. Here is a vehicle arriving. Is that going to be the final bossage? No, it's the Solo Sokoa Ridge. Solo arriving without Jacob. Is he going to see Jacob? Is Jacob already there? Oh, look at Jacob. Look at him in his trendy jacket. What happened last week? That was an accident. Yeah. All goods. Damn. If it wasn't an accident, you wouldn't be standing here. tonight, it's me and you. I mean, you know what I mean? That right there is why I love you. Jacob does not say it back once again. I'm telling you, there's issues there. It's the little things, isn't it, that just make you go, I think there's a problem there. Solo should say, I did it for The Rock, said Cameron. You know what I mean? I still don't know how you do it, but... Solo and Jacob are going to break up. So close to Valentine's Day as well. Kind of a week after, but whatever. Rock will strip Cody of the belts. He'll make himself the champ. Then Cena will win the chamber. And we get Rock versus Cena at Mania. What if The Rock strips Cody of the belt and gives it to Logan Paul? Would we stop watching wrestling if that happens? I'm just debating with myself. I'm mass debating with myself if I would stop watching wrestling if that happened. This is the first love story that we've had since the classic China Eddie stuff. Mr. Unfamiliar says yes. Yes. David said, I see a Solo face turn. Scaramouche, can you do the fandango? JB said, should Roman return to his old heelish ways and become the head of the table again later this year? I'm not a big fan, honestly, of face heel, face heel, face heel, face heel. Like, I don't like that flip-flopping. I think it hurts. I think no is my answer. I think just if he's face, keep him face. Some people are saying, though, that he's actually not face and that he hasn't changed at all and all that stuff. And they could be right. They could be. It might be that he has never actually turned face. But yeah, I'm really not a fan of face heel. No. Because it lessens. The impact lessens. And then sometimes you even get to the point where you don't even know if they're face or if they're heel anymore. Queen is one of my favourite bands, said Stone Cold Fella. Roman's not face. He's just Roman, said Amethyst Pieces. Randy said, watch your mouth, Days. That could be the worst thing to ever happen since Stone Cold aligned himself with Vince. I know. It'd be a hell of a heel thing to do, wouldn't it? Hell of a heel thing to do. But let's not give him ideas. Yeah? Let's not give him ideas. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. JB, shout out to you. Yeah, apparently there was a little audio botch during that match that's doing the rounds. Sweet Chin Wrestling. I mean, I'm not going to play it, but apparently I Need an Effing Break after that sequence was heard. I'm not going to play it because we'll probably get copyright, but I'll put it in unseen. Because if that gets in any trouble, it's not as bad. If a stream gets like in a bit of trouble, it can be a problem. But if a video gets in trouble, it's not as bad. We are at commercial break for those wondering, by the way. I've just got like a little video playing. Days, are you closer than Rock versus Cody than before? I am. Yes, I think we're closer than what we was a couple of days ago. 100%. 300%. There is every chance that's what we end up getting, something along those lines. I mean, he has put a lot of teasers out, but equally, they might just want you to watch this show. There is no doubt that more people are watching this show as a result of what's happened in the past 24 hours. So, how free is he? How free is he? How available is The Rock right now? Is he going to be able to do Mania, or is this all just a way of putting some much needed momentum into this WrestleMania builds? You know? He could come out and stir the pot He could come out and make things interesting without actually being a part of it, you know? So I'm still nowhere near 100%. But I am much further along than I was 24 hours ago towards, The Rock being at WrestleMania. Okay, we are just looking at Elimination Chamber. So we're just looking at the chamber and we're still advertising that the winner will face Cody. Obviously, things may change. Days, could we get Rock in Elimination Chamber? Well, we could do, but as I said earlier, I don't quite understand why he would do that when he's so powerful. Why would you want to put yourself through that? Why would you want to go into the chamber? I don't know why you would want to do that to yourself when you are someone that can just click your fingers and go to Mania and be in the main event. He absolutely can just put himself in the main event. So I don't know. I'm a bit torn. I think it's great from a ratings point of view. You put The Rock in the chamber, you're going to massively boost viewership for Elimination Chamber. But equally, from a storyline point of view, it doesn't quite math up for me. It doesn't. The math don't math. George said, long time till Mania. Rock can still be included. It's a long time till Mania. But if he's got a film project and stuff lined up, he absolutely might be doing something else instead, That was certainly the belief coming out of when we saw him in early January. If Priest-Strowman win against Solo Jacob, do you think Jacob will turn on Solo? Depends how it goes down, isn't it? I don't know if he'll turn on him today, but he's going to turn on him at some point. Is it going to be this week? Or do we just delay it a week or two? Okay, so we're just having a look at the men's chamber lineup. Days, did WWE just join TNA? WWE just joined TNA. Does this mean they could bring back former WWE stars, use their name and stick with them? Hang on. R-Truth Carmelo. Tag match. We're not doing this him thing. Miz. So is Miz on the same page as R-Truth now? We are mellow, don't Miz. Oh, so he's going against R-Truth. Okay, so R-Truth. Mellow don't Miz. Mellow don't Miz. No, Carmelo's not into it. Well, there we go. Miz and Carmelo trying to get on the same page. Miz is up for this, but I don't know. This is just a bit of fun stuff, isn't it? I mean, this doesn't really feel like the kind of thing the Wyatt Sicks should be necessarily getting involved in. Maybe we've moved on from the Miz. Carmelo's coming out. Mello don't Miz versus R-Truth, and we don't know who his partner is yet. I just want to go back to that comment because I was trying to get my head around it. So WWE and TNA are working together, yes. Does this mean they can bring back former stars full time, use their WWE names? Well, it's confusing, to be honest, because if they're TNA stars, they probably change their names. There's a few exceptions, of course, but like Nick Nemeth is not Dolph Ziggler, and JDC is not Fandango, and Ash by Elegance is not Dana Brooke. So they're under TNA deals, so we can bring them in, and we have been, but they will be under their TNA names. Because it'll get too confusing. You can't call the same person one thing in WWE and then something different in TNA. So, yeah, if they're in TNA, we can work with them. But we might not necessarily be calling them by their old name. But then you've got people like the Hardy Boys, who I think own their own trademarks and they own their name. And so they are the Hardy Boys. It is Matt Hardy. It is Jeff Hardy. And they will actually be competing. Is that NXT next week? I believe it is. NXT is on fire at the moment. If you're not watching NXT, you really do need to. You really should. Some really, really good stuff going on. So, yeah, to answer that question, it's a little messy. It's a little bit messy. But the honest answer is that we are working with TNA and we can bring that talent in, but they will likely be under their TNA names. Tonight, did we know that The Rock was going to be at Smackdown? Not until about 24 hours ago. I don't even think Triple H knew. Until like 24 hours ago. Mayor Pete, hello, said Mello don't Miz should mean that Mello isn't teaming with Miz. This shiz don't make sense. I see your point. LS Dub said, I thought for a second that they were going to do a little Jimmy-esque comedy bit where Truth references a character that doesn't exist named him. That would have genuinely made me laugh. I agree. NXT's on fire, said Stone Cold Fella. Cody said, LA is abbreviation of Louisiana, and you know how R-Truth gets things mixed up. Laszlo said, once they get rid of Chase U, NXT has been on fire. Do you think that's what was holding it back? Lisa said, will you start doing TNA watch-along streams? Well, to be honest, I don't really want to start them and just do them once in a while because, like, we could have done them for Full Sail, but I don't have any plans to do them long-term. So then I'd have people going, are you doing it this week? Are you not doing it this week? It's one of those where I think you either do it or you don't do it. So, you know, I'm in the not doing it camp at the moment. But, I mean, it's very clear that relationship with NXT has grown considerably since last year. The Full Sail shows seemed good, but I got to be honest, when TNA started yesterday, I had people going, oh, you should be doing this. Elias is here. And I was like, I'm all right. I really don't feel like I'm missing out, thanks. I mean, I remember watching Elias when he was in WWE. It was not a reason why I was tuning in, yeah? I mean, he's fine, he's good. I'm pleased that he's found somewhere to work, but, like, I certainly wasn't sat here feeling like I was missing out because of the Colognes and Elias. But, you know, later on, obviously, we got Obafemi. That was cool. Cora Jade. That was cool. You know, there was a few bits that kind of happened later. And the whole thing being at Full Sail was cool as well. So I think they're doing great stuff. I have nothing bad to say about it. But, yeah, at the moment, I don't feel like it's something that's essential and, oh, my God, I really need to be watching it. Maybe that'll change if we start seeing titles changing and we start seeing stuff like that. At the moment, we're just sending some decent names over there, you know, to do some matches. But it still feels a little bit to me like you don't have to watch, you know. So we're just back from commercial break. We're seeing an advert for LFG. Julian said, I still think we have got a package pile driver, JDC, and have him wake up as Fandango. Oh, really? Well, if you was going to do that, then WWE would have to allow the Fandango name to be used in TNA, which they absolutely could do that, yeah, because we got this partnership. So they could say, look, we can do that. That would then mean him going back to that gimmick, and I don't know if he wants to. It's not really up to him, but you know, I've not seen what he's been doing. I don't know what character he's got now. I'm sure he's put a lot of work into moving away from Fandango. I'm sure this JDC character is a character that he has been putting a lot of work into. I think it would be a bit of a shame to abandon that if it's been working for him. If not, then let's go. If not, let's bring Fandango back. I'm down for that. Here's a little Zelina vignette. She's too small. That's me. First ever Queen of the Ring. I've never had it easy. These vignettes are good. I've got something to prove. My dreams are a lot bigger. This is good. More of these. Now give her a catchphrase, you cowards. Give her a catchphrase. Keep that aesthetic as well. That sort of like biker girl vibe. That sort of... Nightwave? I'm trying to think of the word. The aesthetic. It's very like nighttime. Very kind of electro kind of vibes, you know. A little bit video gamey vibe as well. It's good. I like the feel of that vignette. It was very good. Okay, here's our truth. Who the flip's his partner going to be? Why is Zelina so dead, said Gitwerts. Well, we're hoping that we can bring her back to life with vignettes like that. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Okay, only a little what's up him. Oh my God, his partner might be The Rock, and that might be why The Rock's here, so he can partner up with R-Truth. Local legend. Well, he knows that he's in New Orleans, so here we go. Louisiana Nights. That's very good. So the LA he thought was for Louisiana. Louisiana Nights. What's he giving him? I thought that was like a dead bird. A what boy? A what boy? What the hell's he giving him? I don't even know what that is, but it's some sort of food. Louisiana Night. Very good. Very good. LA Night is now a comedy act. Yeah, Louisiana Night is now a comedy act. It's a muffaletta po' boy. What the hell's that? What the hell's a muffaletta po' boy? Legit, I have no idea what that is. Po' boy. What's a po' boy? A po' boy is a sandwich that's got meats. So it's a meat sandwich. I've had a meat sandwich. A po' boy is a sandwich that originated in Louisiana. It's got meat and vegetables and condiments on French breads. Am I missing something? I must be missing something. It must just be like special. It looks lovely, by the way. Yeah, look at all these. Look at all these po' boys. Okay, we are underway then with Mello Don't Miz versus R-Truth and Louisiana Night. Give it up for Louisiana Night. Yeah, I like that Zelina Vega video. Bubba Ray destroyed a cocky kid on LFG. You got a bit of heat for that, Bubba. Shot coming in. So yeah, this is weird. Anyone else think this is weird? We've tuned in for The Rock. Big kind of, you've got flipping Kevin Owens about to invade Sami Zayn's house. And now, like, match 2 is like some comedy thing. LA Knight net breaker. Going for the cover. 2. Carmelo and Miz versus LA Knight and R-Truth. Right. Days, I'm not into Jimmy's singles run, said Dubfigs. It's coming off as cringy and unnatural and boring. Like that match they had against Jay. They're trying to make him similar to Jay, but he needs to work on it. Yeah, I think that we are... Okay, R-Truth has gone to the other sides. R-Truth getting confused as to who his partner is with. He gets knocked to the outsides. So yeah, he was getting all kinds of confused there. Yeah, I agree in the sense of like Jimmy just isn't quite hitting at the moment, but I think there's a way of saving it. There's a way of like improving the situation, but they've got to work on that presentation. I mean, Jay's all presentation, really. Jimmy is not even presentation. Boot coming in there by The Miz. Los Angeles Knights. That is his actual... Well, it's not his name. It's just LA Knight, but he did get confused there, R-Truth. I don't know why this is happening or why we're meant to care. Yeah, I also am not too sure on that. Are we trying to really make Carmelo and Miz like a proper team here, do we think? Is this meant to be the start of like a proper tag team? Right now we've got R-Truth being kept down there by The Miz. Jeremy is actually at the events. There was a couple of speed matches. Hope you have a great time. Hell of a show to go to, isn't it? When you bought tickets for this, you would have had no idea you would have been seeing The Rock. Right now, we've got R-Truth in there with The Miz. Miz firing in some kicks. Again, firing them in. KO may or may not be outside Sammy's house, said A. Jobson. I think he was, wasn't he? I mean, he showed that video of him being outside. Wrestle Knight says, that was an amazing vignette. It was giving cyberpunk video game vibes. Again, R-Truth down. So it's been very exciting past 24 hours. Lots of chatter online around The Rock and him being on this show and what that means and where it's going. And obviously we're sat here with nearly like 50 minutes gone. We're still none the wiser, but we know that Cody has been pulled from that match. So and we know that he wants to speak to him. If you want to watch it, it's on USA Network, said Ultra Edits. Lancashire Knight, let's go. He could have come out with a flipping hot pot. I don't know why WWE are releasing people. Carmelo isn't one of them. He sucks, says Omega. She was doing a Biker Mice from Mars tribute. Oh, do you remember them? Biker Mice from Mars. That's a blast from the past. Penny for your thoughts said, I'm watching with coffee and Hershey's chocolate hearts. I'm a happy girl. Very nice. Did you just go into a radio voice all of a sudden? I think I always have a radio voice, don't I? You're listening to Drive Time here on 105 FM. The home of boomers. Kick out there by R-Truth. Roll up by R-Truth. 2. Kick out. Boot into the midsection. Carmelo looking to suplex R-Truth. No. Oh, that was nice by R-Truth. That was good. Into a stunner. That was good. So, R-Truth trying to get over and make the tag. Boom. Over against the ropes. Over the other side. Boom. Comes down. LA Knight, Louisiana Knight cleaning house at the moment. Kick coming in. Oof. LA Knight collides into Carmelo, picks up Miz, plants him down. LA Knight coming in, bringing some much needed energy right now. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out by the Miz. Kick out by the Miz. So a little bit of an injection of pace with LA Knight coming in. All wrestlers today look like children, said Brian. We had proper sized wrestlers in the 1980s. Yeah, they were all on drugs. Drugs or hamburgers. Wrestlers today are a little bit more healthier, but smaller as a result. That was the diet in the 1980s. Steroids and milkshakes. 1, 2, and Ico Pro. Non-stop Ico Pro. You gotta want it. Mello telling LA Knight to get up to his feet, charging over. Ooh, looking for a double knees. Kick to the midsection. Over the other side. Back elbow by LA Knight. Duck underneath. Over against the other side. Shoulder tackle. Carmelo goes down. Shoulder tackle. Tells him to get back up. Looking for... I thought he was going to go for a blue thunder bomb there. R-Truth, but he didn't. Crowd are making noise. King Yeti said, Days has got a face for radio. I'm kidding, Days. You've got beautiful eyes. Pause, no homo. King Yeti, shout out to you. I'm all right with you throwing in a diss. I throw in disses to the community. It's okay. I can take it. Carmelo goes down. I just cry about it after when no one's watching. R-Truth putting on. Lovely work. STFU, the John Cena move, applied by R-Truth. Miz goes hard into that barricades. Just got a video here of Drew getting his knee drained before a match tonight. Oh, hello, Shinsuke. Shinsuke attacks LA Knight. Shinsuke attacks. Should we have a look at him getting his knee drained? Put it straight in. Yeah, look at that. Imagine some of that on a bit of roast beef. Miz getting the pin. Yeah. That might be the secret to, like, you know, keeping your skin looking fresh or something. Why has it got to be such a horrible colour? But how much would it take for you to drink that? Oh, I think there's a bit of blood in there as well, you know. Oh, yeah, blood. Yeah. Yeah. Would you drink that for $100,000? All of it. Could you imagine that? 100 grand though. 100 grand, you got to drink all of that. Look at it. It's joint fluid. Well, you know, you can always do with a top up. I don't know how my joint fluid's doing. Okay, so basically Shinsuke got involved and it was a win for Mello Don't Miz. Nightmare said no. King Yeti said no. What, you wouldn't drink it for 100,000? Dutch Lucha's like, yeah, definitely chugging it for 100k. Miss Clown said, I would do it for free. 100 grand. You wouldn't drink it for 100 grand. Damn, some of you have got money, man. Some of you have got money. Oh, flip it. I tell you, trying to get on that housing ladder is hard. I'm just saying. 100 million, said James. Oh, flipping 100 million. I'd drink every fluid in Drew McIntyre's body, let alone his joint fluid. 100 million. I would drink it for 1 grand, said Who Review. Alex says, whoa. It's got bone marrow in it, said Omega. Yeah, that's good. Dogs have that. Makes them, their coats look lovely. Dude, you'd have a lovely coat if you was to drink that. It's only a question. I didn't know it was going to offend people so much. Opala said, I was eating a hole. Okay, Opala. You do you. I thought you was tired. Is that why you're tired? Hannah said, Days, how underwhelming would it be if Dwayne goes to the ring to clarify that Carmela is not done and then leaves right away? Well, that'd be lovely, actually. To know that, you know, he comes out and says, Carmela, I got you. I saw online that your contract's come to an end. I just want to make an announcement. I got you. I got you, boo. That'd be lovely. It would be underwhelming, but it would also be lovely. I mean, she's took WWE out of her name, hasn't she? So, I mean, that is very interesting. It's not looking good. Just take a shot of 181 proof right after, said Frankie. Smurfy said, synovial fluid, which is also known as joint fluid, is made up of water, proteins, and other molecules. Guys, it's flipping good for you. It's like one of your 5 a day. I don't get the problem, honestly. I really don't. I don't get the problem. It is one of your 5 a day, and it will make you big and strong. And you'd get 100 grand out of it as well. So I'm just seeing dubs everywhere. Right, we are done with hour 1. And we will be going over to hour 2 very soon. The Rock is going to announce that he is they. Okay. John Moxley needs to come back, says Mimi. We're an hour in, said Word of Wrestling. Lone Star Friend said, I would have a problem drinking someone else's body fluids. We're very different people, you and me. Certainly if there's 100 grand at stake. It's like a protein shake for your niece. Yeah. It's like nature's protein shake, guys. Come on. Mike Tyson is going to be at WWE Worlds. Flip. Guys, you can meet Mike Tyson. And you saw how rubbish he was against Jake Paul. You could probably beat him up as well. No. Just go to him and go, you're old. You're old and there's nothing you can do about it. Mike Tyson at WWE Worlds. 4 of Hearts said, I would drink it for $37.48 and half an eaten Snickers. Now we're talking. Charlotte Flair. The goat doesn't have to call themselves the goat. The goat doesn't have to call themselves the goat. They call themselves like Billy, don't they, and stuff like that. I've crafted a legacy that no one can touch. And I'm back. The Queen is back. Tiffy. The Queen chooses you. What's your opinion on the super chat? Oh, I'll get to him, but let me have a look now. LWO, American Made, Judgment Day. The factions have lost steam. I don't even know if LWO ever had any, to be honest, but they're going nowhere. And even with improvements, it won't help them. Factions have no traction. Well, I think they've got a lot out of Judgment Day. I think if you look at how long Judgment Day have been around for and how much they've been a part of, and I think we got a lot out of them. LWO just never even got going. I don't even think American Maids really ever got going, but yeah, I would say Judgment Day was probably a success overall. It's been excellent for Dominic, for example. Imagine Dominic remember him before Judgment Day. I think it's helped Damien. It's getting JD on screen. It's getting Carlito on screen. Like, there's some value to Judgment Day. But yeah, I agree with LWO. We've never really got going with them. And American Maids, probably haven't really ever got going with them either. But they're still new, aren't they? I mean, they only really started at the end of last year. So we know at Elimination Chamber, we got Tiffany and Trish taking on Nia and Candice. Tiffany in the ring. I forgot this match was a thing, said Blake. We all did. On purpose. It's just a way of getting women on the show, but Trish, really. It's a way of getting Trish on the show. It's a way of getting the champ on the show, Trish on the show. It's a nothing match, is it? Who cares who wins? That's the problem with those matches. Who cares? People like Tiffy, though. Tiffy time. Ian said, I bet it still tastes better than Prime. Good point. That might be how Prime's made, actually. Ever since I won this title, everyone's been so obsessed. And last week had Nia Jax beats. Trish Stratus and I are going to make sure the unstoppable force comes to a definitive end. She wants to talk about Charlotte. Ooh. Why are we in? Why are we in? Ooh. Why are we in? She looked down on me. And she picked me as her WrestleMania opponent. My dreams came true in that moment. The rumors are true. No one loves to kick a girl while she's down more than Charlotte Flair. She's a little bit laboured with her promo. It's quite slow in its delivery. It's fine, but it's like, I'm trying to make sure I don't make a mistake. It was fine. It was alright. So cute. You won't be standing there. Anyone else? Guys, does anyone else think this is a really mid-normal SmackDown that The Rock has just decided he's going to be a part of? Anyone else feeling that? I'm feeling that. I'm feeling like we've done an hour and it was pretty mid, and now this is a bit mid as well, actually. Don't be upset with me. I didn't book this. This isn't my fault. You won't even see the grandest stage. Rocky, 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 Rocky. You won't have anyone to do your dirty work for you anymore. We should take you out right now. Referee coming in. 2-on-1. Oh, they've decided not to. They've decided not to. They've decided that they're not going to do that, and we're just going to have a match instead. Proctor Dill said, Daisy, how do you feel about Keith Lee burying UK foods? I've not seen. We're not known for our food anyway. I mean, I think it's probably the jibe that we get the most, and to be honest, it's not an unfair jibe. I think a lot of our food is quite hearty, sort of, you know what I mean, like roast meals and pies and Cornish pasties, and it's just stuff really that workers used to have, like, to kind of keep them going. I mean, I don't think really the UK has ever... Honest answer, I think the UK is quite a hard working, or certainly was, a hard working place. There was a lot of people that worked in mines, and there was a lot of people part of the Industrial Revolution, and there was a lot of people that were working and then going home, and just food was secondary here. I think in other countries like Italy and whatever, food has always been a passion, and it's always been a focus, and it's always been kind of part of that country's identity. I don't think that's really ever been the case in the UK. I think the UK has been off trying to flipping conquer the world, and then an industrial revolution, and do you know what I mean? Like down the mines and all this kind of stuff. So the UK has never really put food as the priority. It's always been focused on other stuff. So our food's just really been fuel to keep us going. So yeah, I don't disagree. Look at the breakfasts, like bacon, sausage, egg, beans, like a full English is just flipping carb overload to get you going really through the day. And then like a Cornish pasty is like it's got meat and potato and all that inside, real hearty food inside, like a wrap that they could take down the mines and just eat. It's even got a little edible handle that you can hold on to so that you could eat it down the mines when your hands were all black. You could just eat it. So yeah, I sort of feel like the UK, food-wise, it's never been our specialist subject. Oh, we're frozen. Oh, that's all weird. I'm actually frozen, but I'm not frozen. Let me see if I can unfreeze me. Stream. God, do you know what? The stream is so bored. It's done one. It's actually done one. I don't blame it, guys. Honestly, I do not blame it. I've gone. Guys, I'm that bored. I've done one. I've left. Guys, show yourselves out. This episode is not really where it's at, to be honest. So there is a bit of frustration around today. Genuinely, I can't bring myself back. I actually don't know what's going on. I think we have gone to commercial break, though. Talk amongst yourselves. Am I back? No, I'm still frozen. Oh my god, this is the worst. Oh my god. What the flip? The flip? I'm just froze. It's the worst thing that's ever happened. I can't get it back. Oh my God. And everyone's watching. This is so embarrassing. I'm just going to do that. And that. And that. Hello, Charlotte's coming out. Da-na. Guys, I've just put up this green back in just so that it would work better. I can get rid of it, don't worry. I am still at this location, same location. I've not moved or anything, but I just find sometimes when I pop this little green backing up, it just works a little bit better. There we go. See? Brilliant. Look at that. Look at that. Right, Charlotte's coming down because flip me, this was dull. Back elbow. That was good, though, by Tiffy. King Yeti. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate the support. Shout out to you. Roll up by Candice on Tiffany. No joy. Charlotte's come down. Stinky Toffee said Randy about to do a Shawn Michaels on Cena at Elimination Chamber. Well, I think Randy's going after Kevin, to be honest. Everything is pointing to Randy Kevin at the Chamber. Nice green curtains. Yeah, as I said, I like to bring them in because it does, I don't know why, it does just help with just getting the video to work again. It's really weird, actually. It's really strange. Okay, Charlotte has gone on to commentary. Tiffy said, I'm the top girl. No, I'm the top woman. Candice versus Tiffy. Right. John Cena against Charlotte Flair. Do you think we get Alexa versus Liv? No, not anymore. They're on different brands, and we did think that when it looked like she was going to go over to Raw, but she's not over on Raw now, is she? Tiffy time, Tiffy time, Tiffy time. What resolution are we on? Can we make this resolution better? No, we can't. Oh my God, what's going on? Really big. Well, this has not gone very well, has it? Hey guys, we are dialed in for this one. Yeah, The Rock is on SmackDown. Some people like to watch this on their TV screens. I'm having to lean back right now as well. I'm like back here. Man, people like, look at me. Tiffy time. Tiffy time. I'm like Andre the Giant. Yeah. Just act like it's normal. Oh, God. Is SmackDown that dull? We're having to make our own enjoy. I don't know how to fix this, by the way. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. It's not quite right, but it's a bit better. Oh, God. Rocky, Rocky, Rocky. Do you know what? They can throw anything at me, I'll fix it. These technical gods. Missile drop kick there by Candice. Floating days. Beautiful, said Lance. It was seamless, wasn't it? I don't think anyone noticed. Guys, I've got a secret. There was actually a technical problem during the stream. You might not have noticed. Okay, Candice starting to come back a little bit here. Oh, she's got, is that lipstick, or has she got a little bit of blood or something there? Might be lipstick. Might be lipstick. Days, Giant, or Days, we can't see you, says Irish. Oh, it was both, wasn't it? We dabbled into both for a moment there. Going for the cover. No, reverse there by Tiffany and kick out by Candice. Can I just be the first to say thank you, Rock, for coming back? I don't even care what he's going to do. I don't even care what he's going to do. Thank you. Thank you, Rock. Yeah, do you know what? And we're not the only ones saying it. Look at this. Oh my God, don't you dare. I'm all right here, but I'm frozen there. Oh my God, I'm like Spider-Man. Look at me. I'm frozen over there. Oh my God, this is the way. That's fine. I can fix it. I wanted that to happen. That's exactly what I wanted. Anyway, ignore me doing Spider-Man. Yeah, that's not me now. That's old me. Yeah, forget that. Look in the background, though. Crispy Wrestling says NXT is the best. Then it's Raw. And then it's SmackDown. That is how this week is feeling at the moment, to be honest. That is how this week's feeling. Ignore me. I've took me away. It's very distracting. Can I get this me to be on that screen? That's what I want. Right now we got Candice charging over. Is this me? No, that's not me. Where am I? Difficult. Cartwheel by Tiffany. Tiffy time. Tiffy time. I don't know. We'll just never use that screen again. Oh, is it that? Okay, it's that. So let's go here and let's do that. We'll go big on this. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I agree with this. That was it. That was all I wanted to do, really. Did the screen go black for a second? It always does when they go commercial break. Are we at commercial break or are we back from commercial break? We're back from commercial break. Chop coming in there by Candice. People are saying, did we get a wardrobe malfunction from... Oh, God, did I miss that? Oh. That's disappointing. That's disappointing. The pervs would have liked to have known about that. Oh, my God. Jesus. She only just managed to land that. She did go for broke. Candice. Going up, looking for a springboard moonsault. Tiffy moves out the way. On the shoulders. Roll through. Prettiest moonsault. Prettiest moonsault. No, Nia makes the save. Nia pulled out the ring. Cartwheel. Look to the outside. Drop kick. Nia goes down. She grabs Candice, picks her up. Oh, Jesus! I thought she was about to Alabama slam her onto the flipping edge of the barricades. Tiffany points at Charlotte. Points at the WrestleMania sign. Tiffany getting back in. Kaiser is one lucky man, said A. Jobson. Going up. No. Prettiest moonsault connects. 1, 2, 3, and we're done, mate. We're done. We are done. Tiffy beats Candice. Oh, Nia's attacked her now. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Boo. She's going to go for the Annihilator. Could we see Charlotte make her save? No, could be Trish, is it? Is it Trish? Trish is here. Stratisfaction. Kick coming in there by Trish. Why didn't Trish come out earlier? Flipping Tiffany's had to deal with like a disadvantage throughout that whole match. Trish is here to help Tiffany. Tiffy time. Shots coming into Nia. Shot coming in there by Candice. Do you reckon they've just put out like rubbish because The Rock's here, so everyone's going to watch anyway? Trish is on top of Tiffany. Nia is about to do an annihilator on both. Is she going to do it? Is she actually going to do it? Oh, she was a little gentle there, actually. She just did an annihilator on both Trish and Tiffany. But she was quite gentle, to be honest. I'd love to have seen her like proper, like when she did it to Lyra. Oh, I'd love to have seen one of them. Here's Charlotte getting in the ring. Nia better be careful. She might snap those heels. Charlotte getting in. That definitely could have been the case, said Beast Modes. It does feel like, I don't know, I don't know if this would have been the normal show. Bow down to the Queen. Isn't this a repeat? This is the show. Here's Cody. There's Damien. What's up with your boy, The Rock? Your guess is as good as mine. Cody said, I'm sure this is going to be eventful. I respect you enough to say to your face, I'm coming for your title. So Damien says to Cody, I'm coming for your title. Here's Braun. Go say something. You know I heard you come to the right man. All our different movement. This week, tonight, Solo, Jacob. Jesus Christ, he'd make such a good Batman villain. Braun Strowman would make such a good Batman villain. He's like Bane. Okay, Braun, Damien against Solo, Jacob. Did he eat rocks? I don't know. He's extra gravelly, isn't he? Oh, I can't even do it. I will never be that much man. He's way more man than I'll ever be. The final boss returns. What will The Rock say? We still don't know. No one flipping knows. Everyone's flipping watching. Right. Comic Bane was bigger than Ed Hardy Bane, said Com Esports. Rivals. Superstar Sunday. Only on A&E. Let's go. Right, another commercial break and video package at the moment. So let's go. Right. Yeah, King Yeti, really appreciate it, but I don't feel like I gave you enough acknowledgement there for your kind generosity. King Yeti always firing in gifted memberships and has really helped so many people become like members on the channel. And we are actually doing Hall of Fame nominations next week. So Hall of Fame, we're going to figure out who goes in for February next week. So a great time to be gifting those memberships. So I know that people will very much appreciate that. Right, Andre said it's good that they're constantly reminding us that The Rock is returning, because otherwise you might forget and leave with how shiz this show has been. I can't dress this up any other way than saying that Jimmy versus Drew was a flat. You lot have said it was flat. You said it was good 93%. Carmelo and Miz against LA Knight R-Truth was probably too long, and it was like a comedy thing. There's a place for that, but you lot said it was good 91%. Clearly below the opening match. And this one at the moment looks like it's going to be another good rating for Candice against Tiffany. And this is what we've just said there, outside of a couple of backstage segments. That has been the first part of the show. That is it. Other than like maybe a really interested Solo Jacob little confrontation and Nick Aldis at the very start telling Cody, you know, The Rock wants to see you. I mean, so far that has been it. Yeah, feel free to do halftime scores. Feel free to put them in. We are halfway. We're at pretty much the halfway point. So, yeah, put your scores in. Oh, that last match was good. 84%. That is not where we need to be at all. At all. Good 93, good 91, good 84. That ain't coming from me. That's coming from the community. These are your scores. And then you look online, and I honestly, I follow a lot of like really positive accounts. And even I'm seeing on these positive accounts get people saying tonight is not it. But The Rock's on the show, so everyone's flipping waiting, aren't they, for that? So, Mayor Pete gives it a 6. King Yeti said 4.5. Daigo with a 2. Chase Theory says 5. An amazing Netflix premiere, but it's been boring ever since, said Gabriel. Chastity Plum with a 5. My Phenomenal Figure says 5. Jay said 4. Alex says 5. Who Review says 3. Brony says 3. It makes it bad. We like whatever The Rock does, no matter how bad. Yeah, The Rock's going to save the show. I've got no doubt this is still, you know, potentially getting a decent score, but halfway point, I think we're down. Mark Firefly Forever with a 4. Robert with a 6. Harry 4.5. John with a 7. The Rabbit with a 5. Tyler likes it with a 9. James likes it. No, Miss Clown likes it. Giving it 20,000 out of 10. Putting all our trust in The Rock, says James. It's probably not a bad strategy. Drew's leg drain was awesome. That is true, actually. I did enjoy that. Yeah. We did get that, but that wasn't even on the show. That was on social media. 10 just for the disappearing days, said Smurfy Tunes. Tingling with a 4. Shack City with a 1. This show's 8 club invitation has been lost in the mail, said Mitchell. Tracy with a 4. Brony with a 5. Erase Mind said it is a bit boring episode. Tony says 10 out of 10. Matthew says 5 so far. Hannah said 3 predictions. Bliss wins the World Heavyweight title. New promotion dethrones AEW as the second promotion. WEP goes international. I heard some news about the WEP today that was very interesting. Very interesting. I'm not going to say what it was, but I heard some news today. And I'm guessing that will be discussed next week. So, yes. This is boring, said My Phenomenal Figures. Yeah, we do get that a lot on these streams. TNA is badass, said True Designed. I was at both of those WrestleManias, says Corey. The best WWE Smackdown of the decade, said Irish Sam. Do you know what? This might end up being the best Smackdown of the year still, with whatever happens with The Rock. The bar for Smackdown is pretty low in 2025. Legit, this could still go on to be the best one of the year. Why is everyone excited about The Rock? He's probably just going to come and pull a Hogan and sell his liquor. Well, because we've got to have some sort of hope. We live in hope. Right, they're just advertising Elimination Chamber, and they're just talking about the Women's Elimination Chamber. Is this the Alexa Bliss vignette now? That's coming up, isn't it? There's meant to be an Alexa Bliss vignette. Could that be now? Keep your eyes peeled, kids. Keep your eyes peeled. No. No, it's not. We got Byron with Naomi and Bianca. Yeah, we saw that security footage. Shocking. Yeah. I don't think they were responsible. I know they were responsible. Yeah. George Man, shout out to you. Appreciate it, buds. Our girl Jade has been recovering. Your girl Jade has been doing photo shoots, mate. Our girl Jade does not text back. Interesting. Liv's gonna feel the glowest tonight. Let's glow. Let's glow. Let's glow. George Man, dude. You fired in one. I thought that was funny. I didn't expect you to follow it up with a flipping 20. George Man, shout out to you, man. That's really appreciate it. Same with King Yeti earlier. As we said, I love seeing new members come in. We doing stuff all the time. We've got a whole like championship that we do over there. We've got streams on a Thursday. We'll be doing Evolve. That won't be on the members side though, but there's an advert for Evolve. That starts March 5th. We're going to be doing that on this channel. I'm into it. Here we go. Here we go. Now it's a commercial break. I swear, Fightful said there was a Alexa Bliss vignette, like the halfway point in the show. But that's where we are now. Might be when we come back from the commercial break, of course. Let's have a look at this rundown. What have we got? So let's remind ourselves. Oh, wow. It's changed. So there was going to be an Alexa Bliss vignette, but it got changed to Zelina. So they've shown the Zelina one instead. So it's meant to be Jimmy Uso against Drew. It's meant to be Alexa vignette. So actually the Alexa vignette was going to be early, but that got changed to a Zelina vignette. Oh my God. So they took one thing we was excited for and they flipping got rid of it. Then there was a backstage segment, which has just turned out to be the R-Truth thing. Then there was the tag match. Then there was a promo, which I'm guessing was Tiffany's. That's now Tiffany and Candice done that. So coming up, we've got Naomi Liv next. Then it's The Rock. Then it's DIY Pretty Deadly. And then it's going to be the tag match. That's what we've got left. Naomi Liv, The Rock, DIY Pretty Deadly, and then the adjusted tag match. What is he going to say that's going to warrant that press conference? I tell you, if it's just WrestleMania 42, people are going to be so sad. I'm going to be sad. You're going to be... We're not getting an... So I don't even think we're getting an Alexa Bliss vignette. Unless we're about to get it now, but that's not on the rundown. It got changed to Zelina Vega. Why would you do that? Why would you take off the Alexa Bliss one and change it to Zelina Vega? What the flip? Becky needs to get revenge, said Jefferson. I couldn't watch this every week. It's too boring, said Gabriel. Well, listen, we've got The Rock, yeah? We've got The Rock. But I don't know who gave me the gift, but thank you, said Torsal. Torsal, shout out to you, bud. Welcome to the members side. Bliss did a little promo in the chamber video. It's not that one, bud. It was meant to be her own vignette, which was changed to Zelina. So it was going to be like the one Zelina did. I mean, I'm guessing they've got one recorded, and I'm guessing that we'll get it, if not this week, next week. So I'm guessing we'll see it eventually. Days, I think sources say the Bliss vignette is bumped due to a guy named Dwayne. Well, and according to Thingy, it got changed to Zelina. That's what Fightful Selective said. They said Alexa Bliss vignette. Well, I mean, I can flip and show you. I don't think that's bad if I show you, is it? I mean, we are underway with this thing anyway. Here. Loaded Smackdown Scoops threads. Alexa Bliss vignette was meant to be the second thing we were going to get, and now they've now added this later change to Zelina. So it got changed. We was going to get an Alexa Bliss thing. Oh, what's this? Oh, is it now? Oh, Jesus Christ! There's a lot of change. This place is still the same. She's gonna change Elimination Chamber to a playground. I've won the chamber. There is a darkness there. All right then, bye. Well, there we go. There we go. Yeah, so guys, as we were just saying, the Alexa vignette was due any minute, and there it was. So there we go. Okay, Naomi and Bianca making their way down. Female Fiend. She's in charge. What's a vignette? It's a little like a video package, like a little video promo. We saw one from Zelina earlier, and obviously we just had one there from Alexa. Sticking with the Funhouse, Alexa gimmick is exhausting. Well, then she said that it's going to be made into some sort of playground, but I don't know that there was a little hint of darkness, but it wasn't the same as Playground Alexa. It wasn't the same as Playground Alexa. Okay, so we've got Liv and Raquel attack him. Yeah, it's a big beatdown at the moment. Do we know when The Rock is? Meant to be after this segment. Oblivion. So yeah, we've got a beatdown here. Well, there we go. I think that's a way of just cutting this segment, to be honest. I think that's a way of not having to worry about this. It is Rock that's rumoured to be next. Da-na-na-na. Okay, is this The Rock? We've got a vehicle pulling up. Next. We didn't get to see him. We just saw the truck arriving. Rock, the final boss is here. Do we think the new writers, for some reason... Do we think new writers is the reason? That tag earlier doesn't seem something Triple H would do. It's more like a Vince thing. Well, I don't know what new writers there are, to be honest. We know that Road Dogg is now kind of in charge of this show, but if he's only just took over, he might not actually have had chance to have stamped his authority on this, you know? So I can't be too down on him at the moment. But, yeah. It's been mid. I mean, there's no other way of saying it. It's been a rubbish show. The reason there's so much excitement is for literally this next segment. That is what everyone is excited for. Is The Rock drunk driving again? I hope not. Naughty boy. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, it'd be funny if he goes completely against what he said on the first Raw. Well, if he does, it's going to need explaining. I'm going to need explaining. That was not a match at all, says Anthony. No, it's just a beatdown. Just to get, I think we're a little push for time. I feel like some of these matches went way too long, to be honest with you. Really, whatever this segment's going to be, this is going to do a lot of the heavy lifting for this show. So, and with The Rock, you always know he's going over, so they probably didn't want to run the risk. Triple H's thoughts. This is honestly, this is what I'm seeing. Is it too soon to fire Road Dogg? I really don't like how big I am here. I need to fix this as well. This will be changed. I might change it now. I'm floating again. So there we go. Triple H's thought said, "Is it too soon to fire Road Dogg?" And that is a big question, isn't it? That is a big question. Liv Morgan and Raquel attack Naomi and Bianca. Final boss, The Rock, has arrived in his Ford Raptor. There's Alexa, look. I'm in charge. Rocky, 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 Rocky. Very exciting. Very exciting. This might be one of the worst Smackdowns of 2025, says Joey. And that is saying something, isn't it? That is saying something. Are we going to get non-canon Rock or regular Rock? Who knows what flipping Rock we're getting? I don't even think he knows what Rock we're getting. Bradley Phillips, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Firing in a membership. Mackenzie said, let's hope it's not like the NXT promo that Rock did. Gaming in Real Time said, calling it now. Cody Rock, WrestleMania 42. Travis said, did you catch what Bianca said about Jade? She said that she hasn't been able to text back about who hit her, so they took it into their own hands. Well, yeah, she said that she had texted her and she hadn't heard back because, like, she's still recovering from injury, which is a bit strange. For, like, what, she's still recovering since flipping, when was it? October? I mean, I've seen her doing photo shoots, like, she can definitely text back. Plus, also, she's been able to tweet. She sent a tweet out, didn't she? So, I mean, it ain't boding well, is it, if they're not hearing back from her? Jeremy said, last week's Wyatt glitch said about being in charge. Do you feel in charge? WWE in Las Vegas. Rocky. Here we go, kids. Come on, give us something good. WrestleMania's going to be 3 nights. Liv and Raquel just laugh. Oh, look at that. Just wearing like Sting gear. It's like flipping Great American Bash. Do you know who I am? I saw this a bit. The Secret Service. Okay. She's going to be in action on Smackdown. Right, here we go. Here we go. Lights go off. What the hell is he about to say? If you smell... Is this going to be a new sort of... Well, this is different. This is different. What the hell's this? What the hell's this? What's this? Is he going through his thugonomic stage? What's this? What the hell's this? Is he part of the LWO? This just, he does what he wants, doesn't he? Goats, what is this music? Well, it's kind of gone into some flipping hip-hop that then has gone into this. I mean, this guy is like a flipping enigma. Trying to work out what he's doing at any time. I don't even know if he knows. Oh my God, did you see that woman just scream? That's Triple H right now. That's Triple H trying to salvage his WrestleMania plans. Wow. Okay, well, it's settled down into a different piece of music, a more familiar piece of music now, so... Yeah, people are... Was it a botch? I don't think it was a botch. It was K-pop. It's not K-pop. Okay, I don't know what it was. I don't know why he's here. I don't know what's happening. Is he walking away? Is he walking away? Don't you dare! Don't you dare! Okay. Sure. He goes down. Someone dropped their phone. There you go. That's why he got out the ring, to give that person their phone back. Rocky! I've dropped my phone! Can you just pause the show for a sec? Down here. What was all of that? It's a Little Wayne mix. Is that what it was? I'm flipping though. I don't think it was flipping necessary. Mackenzie said Dr. O.F. Rockonomics is... The Doctor of Rockonomics. PJ said thank you to whoever gifted me a membership tonight. Right, loud Rocky chants. Rocky, 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 Rocky. Okay, bonkers walkout with, I'm guessing, are people saying that was Lil Wayne? It was a New Orleans inspired music. So yeah, a remix. Okay, well that kind of people are saying he got Def Rebelled. He got Def Rebelled. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a one-time thing then. If good, because it sucked. Let's see what he's going to say. I don't even know what he can say. I don't even know what he's going to say. I think he's going to announce WrestleMania. I think he's going to do that. And he wants to speak to Cody, so he's going to call Cody out. Rock in the ring. People are chanting. These crazy MFers will love him whatever he does. You feel it, don't you, says The Rock. You know. On a Friday night. He says, you know I'm dropping some good gospel shiz. Hopefully. There is a press conference after this. There is a press conference after SmackDown tonight. Surely gonna be about whatever goes down here. Okay. He's going to do the if you smell. Hold on a second, I'm doing it. So the crowd do it for him. He's playing with the crowd. He's in really good spirits. So there we go. WrestleMania is coming back to New Orleans. They knew anyway, but big cheer. Big cheer. And again, we see those goosebumps. We're going to make it official. Live from the Superdome, WrestleMania 42. The announcement is made, but he wants to speak to Cody. So it's done. Pyro goes off. I feel like this is the part of the show we knew that we were going to get. There's no surprise here. We knew that this was going to be part of the announcement. People are cheering. Oh, we've got the logo. That's nice. That's nice. So we've actually got the logo for WrestleMania 42 that's already been shown. I wasn't expecting to see that right now. Holy shiz is the chant. Listen, he said he wanted to speak to Cody. So we are not done. Oh God, he's going to sing. Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ, he's singing. Someone told him he was a good singer and now he believes it. You sit there and you shut your mouth and you let the final boss sing his song. Oh, heel turn. This guy's out of control. This guy is absolutely out of control. WrestleMania 42 logo looks great. I forgot I was this size. There's the logo if you want. Can you see the WrestleMania logo? It's a good one. Okay, so is in the ring. Here we go. I totally forgot I did that. Okay. You know, dropping this wasn't the only thing. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. What you got? Yeah. You came to call someone out? I'm going to call out a man. Call him out as into the ring. I'm going to call out a man I respect, who I admire, who we all admire. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. Come on down, Cody Rhodes. Here we go. Cody Rhodes. Mackenzie said, I thought it was the Silver Dome, not the Superdome. No, I think it is the Superdome. I think it isn't the Silver Dome WrestleMania 3. Because Hogan got that wrong, didn't he? I think it is the Superdome. I think whatever he done, there was no booing when he just said what he said. So I think he is correct. I'll have a look. Superdome. New Orleans Superdome. Caesars Superdome. Whoa! Cody Rhodes making his way down. I'm singing in front of the largest bunch of STD having trailer park trash there's ever been. He used a line like that before, last year. It's a go-to for him. I'm passing on to say. Okay, Cody making his way down to the ring. Yeah, I'm just looking at this because as Cody's making his way down, I've just been sent this from Brady, and apparently it was in the Alexa Bliss vignette. It says the word birds. Apparently there's this one as well that says splice here. So that's interesting. So there we go. I'll add that to unseen because it's going to have to stay slightly unseen because Cody Rhodes is making his way down. We're about to get underway with this, whatever this is. Please be good. Please be good. Please be good. Whatever it is, please be good. Okay, they embrace, they hug. My God, oh my God, he kissed him. Jesus Christ, they're in a relationship. Oh my God, they're flipping lovers. Is that the news? They're getting married. Are we going to do a marriage? Are we going to do a wedding? Cody, 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 Cody. Cody goes over to the crowds. Rock gave him a hug and a kiss. What the hell's going on? Here we go then. Rock says to Cody, that feels good. They love you. We loved him last year as well. Did that hurt you, Rock? I love you too. Where's this going? We've actually become good friends. Yeah, people don't like that. Netflix Raw. So they've become good friends, says The Rock. Yeah. Thank you, Cody. You carried this company like the incredible champion that you are. We had a good time. Here we go. Here's the thing. Here we go. What is it? You're a great champion. But oh, well, that's lovely. Yeah, put the mums up. Put the mum. Yeah, that's great. I'm so pleased about this. But sorry, what? Where's this going? Love the moms. No issue with the moms. Okay. Number one. Mm. Mm-hmm. Is he going to strip him? Don't boo that. Don't boo that. It feels like he might be about to strip him. I am the most powerful. Cody. You're a great champion. I want you to be my champion. What does that mean? Okay. Cody's like, yep, I can do that. I think I am. I think I am. I didn't expect us to be friends. Yeah, none of us did, actually. None of us did. Yeah, we're still scratching our head on that one. I want you to be my champion. Yeah. I'm their champion. I'm their champion. You are everyone's champion, though, aren't you, really? So just go, yeah, I am. Good talk. Good talk. Yeah, no, this has gone really well. Yes. Yes. I love that about you. Look, the kid in the background's like, I'm just going to yeet. I'm just going to yeet. Oh, bigger than this? He wants to bring joy to people around the world. You are that guy. How many Instagram followers have you got? You've got millions. And millions! The Rock's got 500 million. It is a flex. I want that for you. I can open up doors and possibilities. Anyone know what's going on? Does anyone know what's happening? Every dream you've ever had. What's happening? Every dream of your wife. What's this? Corporate Cody. So he thanks the crowd for making Moana 2 a big success. Oh, he's going to make dreams come true in the clouds? Be my champion. Corporate Cody. Think about something. That's a good line. That's a great line. I think Cody's just confused. Okay. He wants a brother? He wants a brother? What about Roman? What about Roman? You can be my brother? When I came back, I spoke to Triple H. What did you... You told them F that last year. Cody's going to cry? Why do wrestlers cry? Why is there so much crying? You stood up to me? You slapped me in front of the world. And he loved it. No one does that. How has he been speaking for 20 minutes but said nothing? You're special. You should be my champion. I'll make sure every dream you have comes true. You stood up to me and I respect that. I want you to be my champion. I've always wanted a brother. Did you have that on your bingo card? Because I flipping didn't. Think about it. We're friends. Be my champion. This is crazy. Look, and Cody is so confused. Rock thanks the crowds. He's asked Cody to be his champion, be my brother. But know this. is that championship. No. What do you want? My brother. I don't want the championship. I want your soul. Dude thinks he's the Undertaker. I want your soul. I want you to be my champion. I'll see you at Elimination Chamber. The Rock is going to be at Elimination Chamber, and he wants Cody's soul. Wow. As storyline development goes, that one has caught me off guard. Of all the things we spoke about, of all the options on the table, at no point did anyone say The Rock's going to go out there and ask for Cody's soul. And when you think about it, it's so obvious. It's so obvious. It was staring us right in the face all along. He is a flipping madman. He is a madman. Cody, it's a real easy one, Cody. Do you want to give your soul away? Do you fancy giving your soul away? Because I think the answer's pretty straightforward. It would be a hard no from me. I can make all your dreams come true if you give me your soul. Dude's been in Disney way too long. Dude has been in Disney way too long. The Rock's seeing everything through Disney lenses right now. I'm surprised he hasn't got a flipping lamp that is stroking in the entranceway. I don't know what the flip that was. I don't know what the flip that was. I want that more than anything else. Cody has resisted going dark since AEW. Your soul. He wants his soul. Guys, this is one of those occasions where I genuinely don't really know what to say. I know that I should know what to say. I know that there should be words. I genuinely don't know what to say. I mean, the fact The Rock's going to be at Elimination Chamber, this is clearly the start of a story, okay? So it's clearly going somewhere. But this is ridiculous. This is, of all the things that you could have done, why did he go on so much? Why didn't he just bring him out and say, Cody, you stood up to me last year, and no one has done that in a long, long time. And I really respect it. I want you to work with me. I want you to represent me. Anything that I need doing, I want you to... I can sort of buy that. I can sort of get with that. But him talking about how he wants a brother and how he wants his soul and stuff like that, it's too OTT, it's too Disney, it's too... The way you're wording it is weird. You're coming across like a creep. Actually saying I want you to do my bidding for me, like I can't be here all the time, but there's things that I need done whilst I'm away. I want you to be that. But I can understand that. That makes sense. But we didn't word it that way. We went very flipping Jafar and the genie and flipping Disney and I want your soul. And I think it's a bit too complex, said Toby. It's OTT, said Tony. I'm confused, said John. It's basically that. It's basically, I want you to be my champion. I want you to work for me. I want you to be by my side. I want you to be my brother. I want your soul. I want you to surrender yourself to me in that way, is I think what he's kind of trying to say. I want you to surrender to me. But it was very waffly, and it was... that is a million miles away from what people were expecting. The Rock needs to take some meds, said Tyler. The promo was the epitome of beating around the bush. Yeah. I mean, Cody is just confused. What does he expect Cody to say? Yeah, I'm going to give you my soul. I mean, I don't even think it's that tense. I mean, I don't know about you, but Cody ain't going to go, yeah, I agree to that, is he? No one's expecting that. So there's no tension there. There's nothing even to really think about. There's going to be a press conference after. What's he going to say? I hope he gives me his soul. It's bonkers. It's crazy. So there was no swerve when it came to the Netflix premiere. They are actually friends. Ava said soul is crazy. We're doing DIY now. I mean, we're meant to just move on from the soul thing. Let's do a poll. Maybe I'm in the minority. I sort of get what he's trying to say. I think it's worded horribly. If he had come out and a lot quicker said, I want you to be my person. I want you to be my guy when I'm not around. I want you to do my bidding. If I need something dealt with, I want you to be that person. If he'd have said that, I could understand it. I can make all your dreams come true. You can have money beyond your wildest dreams. Got a little girl, haven't you, Cody? You know, something along those lines. I get it. Totally understand. But I want your soul. It's such a stupid way of wording it. Such a stupid way of wording it. What must Triple H be thinking as he sat backstage? What must that doesn't feel like it's got Triple H's fingerprints on it. That feels like it's The Rock and Brian Gerwitz that have just gone flipping rogue. If they'd have worded it different, I think it would have been better. I think the way it's been worded, I'm going to predict, I think you're going to see a lot of jokes, a lot of people making fun of it. I don't think that's landed the way that he maybe thought it was going to. Let's just ask a question, though. What do you think about what The Rock just said? It's a big moment on the road to WrestleMania. I like it. I don't like it. Or maybe some of you are still just confused. Let's see what people are thinking. Let's see what people are thinking. The Rock is weird. Hitting Ethan on the butt and now asking Cody to be his Bert, says Woman Waynes. I despise Rock's involvement in creative, said Jessica. Black Adam cost 40 million to make and took 30 million. Took 400 million to make. 300 million at the box office. Since then, The Rock has gone loopy. Jay James said Cody soul on a pole match. Soul on a pole. Shaq Diesel said, who liked it? Please tell me how. I can tell you how. It's because The Rock is a massive star and anything involving The Rock is going to get attention. He's got a big loyal following and there's people that are just going to eat up whatever he does, right? I think the premise of it is okay. I can't really stress that enough. I think the premise of I want you to work for me. I want you to do my bidding for me when I'm not around. Like, I'll tell you who needs to be dealt with. You deal with them. You're my champion. You're my guy. I get that. I get that. But the way that's just been worded is the most awkward way you could have worded it ever. That is really awkward. I want your soul. I mean, it's the kind of stuff Undertaker was saying back in the day. It's just really jarring now, though. And it's one thing to hear it from Undertaker. It's a completely different thing to hear it from The Rock. Wrestling fan, shout out to you, buds. Namaste. Ram. Love from India. Shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, let's see where we are. I mean, we are moving on now to this part of the show. DIY versus Pretty Deadly. I mean, we haven't ruled out doing them two at WrestleMania. It's just... They built up a lot of heat last year. They threw it away for no reason on the Raw Netflix premiere. They've then come back, and rather than saying I was lying then because there was lots of executives around and just kind of picking up where we were anyway, he's now going down a different path, which is we're friends now. We've actually come quite close. We've got quite close. We're friends now. And I really respect you, and I want you to be my guy. I want you to be my champion. I mean, look, as a story, it's okay, but it feels very unnecessary because they had heat, and we didn't need to throw that away. But we threw it away because we did so much stupid on the Netflix premiere Raw, right? I don't know why we did that, but we did. And so now we've had to go down a different path. This, I think, is going to be a way of us getting to Cody Rock, because Rock ain't going to like it when Cody doesn't give him his soul. But it is just so clumsily worded, and it is so weird and sounds weird, and there'll be a lot of, like, that reaction to it. But I get where he's coming from. It's the wording that's off for me. Right, anyway, I want your soul is creepy, said Mackie. That segment could have just been an email, said Sean G. Mackie said, I want your soul is creepy. I mean, I want your soul is... It's just weird. I don't even know that creepy is really the right word. It's just strange. It's just strange. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't add up. It just doesn't... The math don't math. Yeah, I just, honestly, there's very few occasions where it's like I'm sort of a bit lost as to what to say. And when we went into that Rock promo, we were so like, is he about to announce that he's going to fight Cody at SummerSlam? Is he about to say that what happened on the Raw Netflix was just a throwaway? I mean, what is it we're going to get here? And what we ended up with, I mean, it's... No one predicted that. No one predicted that. I didn't predict that. There's no way you could have predicted that. Just William Blighted Bear said it's just horrible. David said Cody has got to unify both titles at Mania. If that's what The Rock wants, then it could do that, but I don't think they're going to look to do that. I think they do want champions on both shows. He says, I want your soul as well. I like the thinking, but the whole I want your soul thing kind of means I think he literally wants him to be his brother. He wants him to be by his side more so than he wants him to be unifying belts and stuff like that. PJ said, WTF, I feel like I was on drugs watching that. I think The Rock was. Cody versus Dwayne the Soul Snatcher Johnson at WrestleMania 41, said JB. Yeah, Mecky saying that it was creepy. Sean saying it should have been an email. King Yeti said, I feel like I just did acids. Acids. It's one of the most random segments I can genuinely remember. Do you remember when The Rock came out and said to Cody he wanted his soul? It's so random. It is so random. Soul Ruka, the Soul Snatcher, says Mackenzie. This is crazy. Look, and Cody is so confused. Yeah, my reaction sums it up. This is crazy, and Cody is so confused. I could have just ended it there, to be honest. Sticky Toffee said Cody turns down The Rock at Elimination Chamber. Rock uses TKO power, does a Batista at the end of Elimination Chamber, wins the chance to face Cody at Mania, says Sticky Toffee. I mean, we could be heading on a collision course between those two. I would just say this first step, or this latest step, has been a real weird one. It's just crazy. It's literally just crazy. Travis said, Rock Soul Man Maivia. Rock should pull at Cody's old Hollywood dreams. We could finally get Dark Cody, the Cody Codelander. A play on Homelander from The Boys, said Travis. Shoulder up there. I mean, we do have a match going on, but obviously it's really hard to dial into that. Moldy Spoon said he rambled on so long. I had time to think about the fact it's 3 in the effing morning. Mecky said, you always say my name wrong. It's how do you pronounce it, buds? Break it down phonetically for me and I will get it correct. Mackay, is it? Mackay? Hello, what's this? Street Profits getting involved? It was super convoluted, said Little Bit of a Fan. I think he wants Cody to sell his soul and throw away the good guy attitude. But the way I want your soul was worded was just bad, said Tree Trunker. Corporate Cody will be great, said Zoom Station. Well, if he accepted, of course. If he accepted. Drew McIntyre has said there is no escaping the bloodline vortex. The Rock is so good, he doesn't have to make sense. He could read the menu and make it sound interesting, said 5-Star General. Yeah, so Street Profits have got involved here. Big splash there by Montez. Motor City coming down. Have they got rid of the raise your fist thing? I think they might have got rid of the raise your fist thing, which would be good if they have. So they make their way down. And Street Profits are laying them out. Okay. Ooh, planted. Absolutely planted. So Street Profits destroying everyone. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-ba-dum, bum. Okay, let's get a poll done for that last match, whatever that was. Match scores. To be honest with you, it feels like we've got Triple H booking quite mid-shows at the moment, and it feels like The Rock's coming in and just throwing in absolute bonkers, and this is just... I don't even know what this show has been, you know. I don't know what this show is. I can't wait for the review of this. So, coming up next, we're going to have... is it an update on Sammy? Toronto, Canada, gonna face the wrath of the final soul, said Dub S-Dub. Loving the new Street Profits. Why couldn't they be like this when they were with Lashley, says James. Dunno. Absolutely, we should have had that. Days, we've seen some strange personalities in wrestling, like Shango, Fiend, Taker. But Dwayne might have took it to another level. Is he just... I mean, is his character just that he is losing it, do you think? Is that what he's doing? Is that the character? I'm beginning to think I've had a stroke, said Dead Man Talking. School's World said it's been very mid. People are under the impression this is going to result in it being Cody versus Roman. We do have a press conference afterwards. PW Nexus said that segment didn't work for me, brother. Something felt off, but the point was to get people talking, which I'm sure it will lead to Elimination Chamber. As expected, WrestleMania 42 in New Orleans next year. Yeah. What did I just watch? Rock May ask Fruity Pebble to sell out. Then Fruity Pebble and Crybaby will both be paranoid. The other has sold out to The Rock for a match at Mania, says Brian. Maybe we stop Nepo hiring DX members to huge roles. What's next? X-Pac as head of catering. He might already be, actually. He could already be. Undertaker did something to him at WrestleMania 40. Press conference, more at The Rock chatting poo for half an hour. Tonight's Unseen's going to be lit. Tonight's Unseen is, I mean, if you're expecting any kind of answers from it, you ain't getting them. No one has got them. No one knows what the hell is going on. The Rock dropping like F-bombs on TV and this is just the reaction is insane online. Just people are really just not knowing what to make of this at all. I'm not enjoying WWE anymore, says Colin. Well, listen, they've certainly got us talking. They've certainly got us talking. Julian liked it. Julian Weeks said it feels like the show should be going off at this point because my mind is all left up. That shiz was crazy. I'm hype as F. The Mania 41 build just hit another gear. King Yeti said, I rate SmackDown a 2.5 after that Rock segment. Nothing can save it at this point. Even Elite Rocker says that segment cooked. Listen, opinions make the world go round. I think that was flipping nonsense. I think I get the premise, but I think the way it was worded was just horrible. Days, I like the concept. Just worded badly, said let him in. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Hopefully the story and promos get polished the longer it goes on. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. I don't think it's all lost. I don't think everything's like done and it's... yes, you said it. Mackay. Mackay? Is it like that? Mackay. I will try and get it right. I mean, I don't. Hopefully that's it. It was a waste of time, said Shaq City. It's like The Rock asking Cody to be the Illuminati, said Russell with Andy. Give me Soul Dust. Soul Dust. Oh my God, I'd love flipping Soul Dust. Soul Dust. Yeah. Cody is all of us. This is really annoying. But can you see Chan Man saying Cody is all of us with his facial expression? The Rock tells Cody that since he's the most powerful man in the company, he wants Rhodes to be his champion, a brother. That made sense. That made sense. I was all right with that bit. You have millions, I have billions. That's not a flex. The Rock is the most followed American guy. I always wanted a brother. What in the diddy is going on? No one slaps me and gets away with it, but that's why you're special. Do you reckon, actually, a lot of what I'm reading here makes sense? A lot of what I'm reading is it makes sense. I can hear it, and I'm like, yeah. Do you reckon it sounded good backstage? But then the way that he's gone out and said, I think it's the soul thing. The soul thing is the thing that's ruined it. He told him he's going to meet him at the Chamber. The Rock wants him to be his champion. We're just seeing Sammy. I want you. We didn't dream it. It's right there. People are actually typing it. I want your soul. I want your soul. That was actually said. But Elite Rockers liked it. This segment cooked. I want your soul. The Rock left us with more questions than after Bad Bloods. This has to be one of the craziest, weirdest segments ever. Rock is trying to turn Cody heel, but it won't work. Instead, Rock goes all out on Cody and beats the F out of him. Rock Cody, WrestleMania 41. The Rock should stay off TV time. This is not the Dwayne that we saw at Mania 41. I don't know what this is. So he's just showing that footage, the footage that we looked at earlier. What I would say is if anyone enjoyed that, I mean, listen, it was compelling. We didn't know what was going on. It was absolutely bonkers. But if anyone enjoyed it, great. That's what it's there for, isn't it? But it is bonkers. Okay, we're just seeing Kevin Owens talking outside of Sammy's house. 54, 27, 11, 6. I'll see you in Toronto, but remember, you asked for this. King Yeti said The Rock is going to invite him to a Diddy party. Jean-Pierre said, I think he will take The Rock's side and turn heel. Shaq Diesel said, question, what would you tell The Rock in his face? The last promo was cringe and that it was mids. What would I say to The Rock's face? Well, it depends what I'm talking to him about. You know, if he asked me about that, I would say, I got your point. I think I understood what you was trying to do, but I thought the wording was off. That's what I would say. I wouldn't use words like mid, but I would say that I got what you was doing. I like the brother line that you always wanted a brother. A bit confused as to why he's not gone to Roman for that. You know? Why would you look outside of the family for a brother? I like the explanation of you slapped me in the face. You stood up to me. That's special. That's good. And I want you to be my champion. I sort of feel like when he said that, I want you to be my champion, I sort of feel like he could have explained what that meant a lot quicker. There was too much gap. What does it mean to be your champion? What does that mean? Well, it means that I want you to do my bidding. It means that I want you to deal with any problems that the TKO board feel are problems. There are people that deserve to be here. There are people that don't. I might need you to get rid of some people that don't. I want you to be my champion. And I think if it was kind of left around there, I sort of feel like that would have hit better. That would have worked better. The soul line is, I don't know why he thought that was a good idea. It was not. Because that's all people are going to be talking about. Bottom line is, Cody's not going to accept that. That's going to lead to a confrontation at Elimination Chamber. And then where does that leave us? Where does that leave us? Because obviously at that point then we're going to have Cody Rock, but what's the winner of the Chamber going to do? It's very confusing. Can the drop Priest back to the NXT instead of chucking him down our throats, said Jake. Maybe we find out during the press conference. I'm sure he will flesh it out. I'm sure he'll be going backstage now. And he will be... Well, he'll have an idea as to how he thinks it went. He'll probably talk to Brian Gerwitz, his writer, to see kind of, did it land? What did you think? He might even talk to Triple H, but... yeah, I think that we will see him sort of fleshing it out a little bit more in the press conference. I hope he doesn't use the soul line again. He wants someone to be his champ, so if Cody doesn't do it, then whoever faces Cody could be the Rock's champ, says Adam. That's interesting. That's interesting. Actually have someone doing his bidding for him whilst he's away. So it actually isn't him that faces Cody. It could be that we get someone else. Because if The Rock wants someone to be that guy, then, yeah, that could be interesting. If it's not going to be Cody, who's it going to be? People are way too caught up on the fluff he was saying. If you cut through it and look at the actual story, the core story of the segment was strong, says LS Dub. That is true. The only problem is that if he did the segment and you sort of left going, what? Then I think it's one of those where your initial reaction is going to be like, what? So what? And then, of course, you know, it will settle down and I'm sure the press conference will go some way, but I can't look back on that segment as anything other than just WTF. I mean, like, that's just going to be a whole WTF flipping moment, that whole segment. I think it is just worded badly. For anyone that doesn't understand what The Rock was doing, is thinking of Cody as Homelander and TKO is Vought from The Boys. That doesn't mean I've never seen any of that, so it doesn't mean anything to me. Brian said, get what the storyline is. They'll tease that the Crybaby has agreed until WrestleMania, but it'll turn out the Crybaby didn't sell out, but Fruity Pebble did. Cena's going to win the title and turn heel at Mania, says Brian. Kenny said Rock slaps Cody at the Chamber, and then it's on at WrestleMania. Rock said he can give Cody anything he wants. What if Cody asks for his brother Dustin in exchange for Cody turning heel and joining him, says GM Haunts. I don't think it's available. I think, didn't he recently sign a new deal with AEW? The Rock made a huge deal about his bloodline and that whole family tree, and now he wants the bloodline on top, but now there's a swerve, question mark. Yeah, I think it is a little strange that he is not having someone from the bloodline be that brother, be that, you know what I mean? He could have gone up to Jacob or anyone, couldn't he, and said, I want you to be my champion. I need you to get that belt at WrestleMania. But instead he's gone to Cody and he said it to him. I agree. It's a giant WTF segment. If you see through that, then you see it isn't bad. It was more intriguing than the past month of SmackDown, said LS Dub. Days, I've been a fan for 7 years. Who's your favourite current WWE champion, said EF Dub. Favourite current champ? Favourite current champ? I don't know, to be honest. I don't think there's loads of great ones. Chelsea's pretty fun. I like Lyra. Tiffany. I don't mind Tiffany, but I think she's been given the title a bit too soon. Rhea is great. Cody, I feel sorry for from a creative point of view. Gunther, I think, went off the boil, but I think he's doing better work now. I like Shinsuke, but he's cold. And I like Braun, but he's also quite cold at the moment. Everyone's a bit cold, really. I don't know that anyone's having an amazing run. Is there any champ that's having, like, an amazing run? I mean, really, the best run's got to be Cody, and there's loads of criticism around that, so... Yeah, I don't really have a satisfying answer, to be honest, because I don't think any of the champions are on a great run at the moment. This is house show quality. I'm enjoying Bron Breakker, said Jessica. When was his last title defense? If you don't know, I'm all gas and no brakes. Yada I mean. So it's Damian and Braun versus Jacob and Solo. Yada I mean. Trick and Shinsuke is a dream match for me, says Pooter. Dark version of Cody's theme would be badass. I get the vibe they were either prepared for Rock to talk for over an hour and cut one of the last two matches, or he wasn't going to be bothered waiting until the last segment to confuse everyone. Days, if and when Cody says no, what do we think The Rock will say do? Could he strip him or fire him or make his life hell? Well, I'm sure... I don't know that he would necessarily strip him, because that would be... that would anger a lot of people, wouldn't it? That would anger a lot of people. I don't think that would be the right way to end Cody's run, by kind of stripping it away from him. I think what Rock should do is, like, I'm not going to take that title off you even though I could, because I want you to know what it feels like to actually lose it. Rather than just have it taken away, I want you to know what it's like to lose it. And I want you to lose it on the grandest stage of them all. And so I think, Cody against Rock has got to be on the table, but we still don't know if he's free or not. We still don't know if he's available, even as we're sat here now. So there's every chance that when Cody says no, as was pointed out earlier, The Rock could go and get someone else to be his future champion, There's plenty of heels out there that could do with having the rub of The Rock being behind them, Imagine that would be massive for someone. James said, I've sent you a tweet. Oh, mate, I'm flipping drowning. I'm drowning in tweets. I don't know if I'll be able to... Oh, I can. It's here. This is what they're trying to do. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we are underway with our main event. I really feel like The Rock is doing what Vince did with Stone Cold. Cody declines Rock, makes his life hell, says Tyler. Rock has never been the best at ad-lib promos, hence the notes on his hand. He loses his way. The segment was simple to pop a rating and let us know Rock Cody will happen, but just not yet. Christopher said, Days, I believe Jacob Fatu could beat The Rock. Jessica said, Priest is a main event guy. I don't care what people say. He can hold his own. Imagine Rock turned Cena heel. Would you like it if Cody sold out? I would watch it. I can't say it's a direction I'm looking to go. I would watch it. Yeah. It's not the direction I would go. I think he's really over with the kids. It's a little bit like the argument with Cena We never turned Cena because he was really over with the kids and they sold loads of merch. Loads of shirts and flipping figures and... I mean, we do have Jay. There are others that can be that red-hot babyface, but I don't know. I think Cody is just this down-to-earth, nice guy. He can be a heel, but I sort of feel like he loves meeting fans. He loves, like, you know, being that guy. I don't really have a desire to see him heel. I think, like, his booking has been a bit mid, but not to the point where we need to turn him. If and when Cody says no, do you think The Rock could strip him? Well, I don't think he'll strip him. I think he could make his life hell, yes. Are you going to watch the press conference after? Yes. I think a lot of us want to see kind of what gets added to what went down, of course. What is wrong with you guys with the homophobia in the chat? I was in jail with Jacob in Sacramento County, and when I say he is just like you see him, I mean it. Yada I mean. I'm still no good at that. Yada I mean. Zone 7 Rizzo, shout out to you, my friends. Whoa, he just punched that chair out of Tama's hands. Oh, Braun! Into the timekeepers area. We've only got 10 minutes left to go here until we'll be going over to the that press conference. The Jimmy J said, "Let's all rise for Jacob Fatu." Well, he is like a flipping wrecking ball, isn't he? Metal Mama said The Rock left where he was cooking half-baked tonight. Did seem a bit half-baked. It did seem a bit half-baked. Travis says, Codelander would be great. He could turn on his dad's legacy as poor, Cody as rich and better than his dad's. That would be Cody losing his soul to The Rock. Him being everything that he's against, says Travis. Travis, shout out to you, buds. What's the press conference? Press conference is after the show. It's going to be The Rock. I think he's probably largely going to talk about WrestleMania 42, but of course he's going to touch on what he said to Cody there. Rock was cooking roadkill, said Nightmare. Who are we thinking will be the face in the Solo Jacob feud solo? How do we watch it? We think it'll be on YouTube. Harder to be a good face than heel, so probably just going to keep him face as long as they can, says Cruzy Verts. I would do that. I would keep him face. I think that he's over, he's selling merch. I really don't see a reason to turn him. Yeah, I would keep going with him being a face. Anthony said WWE aren't just doing matches, they're now writing comic book level story arcs. This was very similar to Lex Luthor trying to recruit Superman. I think it's a very different approach to what we get from Triple H. That segment felt so out of sync to what we get from Triple H. Yada I mean. Yada I mean. Will Cody accept the final boss's offer? I like good Cody, said Raven. I like the soul dust idea, or corporate Cody, said LB. Cody heel would be better, said Jojo. That sucked with The Rock. I'm just saying, Metal Dad fell asleep in the living room to it. Yeah, he did struggle to get to his point, didn't he? He did go all the way around the houses on that. He did struggle to kind of get to the point that he wanted to get to. Jacob. In control, Braun down. Brandy is tweeted she is heartbroken. I don't know why. Rock said that if he agrees to it, she can have everything she wants. There's no need to be heartbroken, is there? Jacob against the ropes collides into Braun. Days, I've tagged you in something, said TJF. I'm drowning, mate. I'm so behind. Everyone's sharing their thoughts on that segment, so my notifications are just flooded. Rock remembers everything about how great he thinks he is, but the storyline didn't work for him, said Frankie. Brian said, I think The Rock was kind of embarrassed having to come out with that. I think it was his idea. I really don't think anyone wrote that for him apart from either him or his writer, Brian Gerwitz. And I do agree with people, I really do, about how the core idea makes sense. We've become close, actually. A lot of people won't know this, but we're actually quite good friends. Our moms are, like, good friends. Like, the whole I always wanted a brother thing is weird. That was a bit OTT. But him saying, I need someone that I can trust. I need someone that's going to do the work that I need done. And someone that I know can do that work. And after what you did to me last year, I know that person is you. Like, that makes sense. But it's just, yeah, the wording was off. And I can't see Cody accepting that, of course. I can't see him shaking the Rock's hand at Elimination Chamber and agreeing to it. So surely it then puts them on a collision course. Tag being made. In comes Damien. Big shot coming in. He's got Solo against the ropes. Over the other side. Rock was trying to glaze Cody, but he did not pull it off because he is a flipping boomer, said Metal Mama. Rock left for Hollywood for his first movie, The Mummy Returns, and he sold his soul for fame to Satan. He's got Cena's soul, and now he wants Cody's, says Taker 1990. Days, are they trying to bring back the corporation? Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they're trying to bring the corporation back, but they're certainly trying to tease that they're trying to create that. But I don't know that Cody agrees to it. It might just be a way of getting us to a Rock Cody match. It's their way of explaining why they're all pally-pally. They're good friends. We got Solo in the corner. He'd have to just get him planted. We've only got 4 minutes to go. Up to the outside. Solo comes over. Kick coming in. Damian Priest going up top. Crossbody comes down on Solo. Solo trying to get back up. We got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Against the ropes. No, gets caught. Oof. Sikoa. Big kick coming in. Right now, he's going to look to put him away. Razor's Edge. Shot coming in. Yeah, we want Jacob chance here. Grabs him, picks him up. Boom! Going for the pin. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Damien. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Main event night 1, Cody versus winner of the Chamber. Night 2, Cody Rock, which means Cody defeats winner of the Chamber. Boom. Could do that. Could do that. That is not out of the realms of possibility at all. Jacob on the outsides. Solo. Damien is getting up to his feet. Solo charging in, gets caught. Caught by Damien. Big shot, Damien to... Oh! Jacob kicks Solo with a super kick. He didn't mean it. I don't think he was sorry about it. Braun on the outsides. Oh, Tama down. Jacob down. That's going to leave Solo and Damien. So Jacob kicking Solo. Damien urging Solo to get up. Grabs him. He's going to look to put him away. Boom. And he does. 1, 2, 3. And it's a win. All rise. Here are your winners. Let's get match scores. We all thought that Hulk Hogan was good. We're just marks. That's a big win. I don't even know. I honestly, I have no idea how to score this show. I really don't. I don't. Normally I sit here and I've got a number in my mind. I actually don't. I think the first part up until The Rock was really mid. I mean, I could even be like a 5. I could even be lower than that, actually. But then the whole Rock thing is just so bonkers. Okay, we are going to stick with this because we will go over to YouTube. Let's go to YouTube. Go to WWE over on YouTube. Yeah, the Rock thing was so bonkers, and it was so hard to focus on the main event after that. Need to see what he's going to say. Boom. Okay, post-event press conference. What are people saying? Rock Roman, please. Rock was great. Heel Cody. I want your soul. The Rock is the new Vince. Final boss is goats. Not the soul. Heel Cody coming soon, question mark. So people just joshing and joking. Okay, SmackDown needs to get flushed down the toilet, said Big Time Baxter. Delwyn, you didn't need to do that, buds. You've been so supportive tonight, and I so appreciate it. Let's see what Delwyn's got to say. What was your reaction to that, buds? Delwyn said, from what I can tell in that segment, The Rock wants Cody to be his puppet, evil heel. I think it'll set up a match at Mania, but only time can tell. Elimination Chamber has become must-see next weekend. I'm excited. Well, that's good. I mean, in that regard, it did its job, didn't it? In that regard of like, I think we're all expecting Cody to say no, yeah? But it's more what's going to happen when he does. Because The Rock ain't going to take kindly to that, is he? The Rock's not going to appreciate that. So what happens when he does? So, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. The Rock is that Elimination Chamber. That's kind of got lost in the shuffle a little bit. So the Rock's going to be at Elimination Chamber. That has now made Elimination Chamber a much bigger show. I don't think there's much doubt that Cody's going to turn it down. I mean, I really am not thinking he's going to accept that offer. He's never been motivated by money and power and all that. So we will be seeing him turn him down. It's just what does he do when he does that? So you're absolutely right. It does make it bigger. It does make it bigger. So, Darwin, thank you, my friend. I so appreciate all the support. And I so appreciate everyone that's joined us tonight. We are just going to stick around, obviously, because we need to know what's going to get said here. It hasn't started yet. TJF, I do want to find your thing that you sent me, but I am still searching through. I've just had so many bits that have been sent. Oh, is it this? Oh, I keep forgetting I'm so small. I need to change this. I need to fix this. I need to make myself a bit bigger. I can't keep coming up. I can't keep forgetting and then keep clicking over because it is going to bite me in the backside. There we go. This one. The Soul Man. Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat! It could be. Looks a bit like Damian Priest in the face, you know, there. It looks like that's hair. Rock with hair looks a bit like Damian Priest. I never even noticed that before. Mortal Kombat! Right. God, I love Cena to turn, but he doesn't want to be remembered that way. Peacemaker Cena, now we're talking. Oh, God, I don't know. I don't know about all this Peacemaker stuff. I don't even know what people are referring to. I don't even know what show it's from. Hopefully on Tuesday we get a promo from this new group, because I want a name, said Lamario. Cody will turn them down. They turned Cody heel and helped Cena win 17 at Mania. They turned Cena heel and he helped Cena win 17. Oh, you think that Cody will turn him down, but they'll turn Cena? I don't think they'll turn Cena, to be honest. I don't think they'll turn Cena because this is his last year. Who's going to boo John Cena? If you go and see John Cena this year, it's probably the last time you're seeing him. It's probably the last time he's coming to your place. Are you going to boo him, are you? You really going to boo John Cena? I don't think so. Turning John Cena in 2025 would be mental in my mind. So I can't see us doing that. They should not be calling him the final Diddy. That is gross, says Kelly. We're going to get heel Cody, said Rad Bro. Peacemaker is from the show Peacemaker. It's a DC character that first appeared in Suicide Squad, says Rebecca. Thank you. Oh, isn't that what Cena is? Am I getting confused with Homelander and all of that? I don't know what any of these boomers are. Is this ever going to start? Said my phenomenal figures. I am also thinking that, yes. Guys, just out of interest, what would you score SmackDown out of 10? What would you have scored it? I just don't know. YouTube segments are wilds. Okay, main events. It's really hard to concentrate on. I mean, trying to follow. I feel so sorry for them trying to follow that Rock segment. It's another match that's come out as good. Every match on this show has had a good rating. Not a single match got into great. Just having a look at people's scores. We got a 3. We got a 10 souls out of 10. Jake with a 7.5. Ben with a 4.5. My phenomenal figure says 4. Cena is Peacemaker. Homelander is different. Yeah, I think I was getting confused with the two. I know Cena as Peacemaker. I can picture it in my head now. I've never seen it. 0.5 said Tom. 5 said Raven. Solid 2 said Ewan. 3 said WWE's biggest fan. Ryan says 7. Down the line, could we see a Triple H Rock Power feuds? Well, they can't fight. There's no way that we can have a fight between Triple H and The Rock because Triple H has got heart issues. So I don't know how we get to that or how it does. Unless it's like Battle of the Billionaires and 2 people represent them, you know. But I don't think that's what people would be looking for. 7 says Ryan. 3 said Dark Angel. 4 said Mark. It's not the worst show, which says something about SmackDown's current product, said Ninja. 6 Rock Babies, said Uncle Revel. 6 says Despicable. 5 out of 10 said George. Vic said 4.5. 3.5 said White Walker. 7 says I'm a villain. 7.9 said Zoom Station. Adam said, I think they are planting seeds for Cody to turn heel at Mania, crushing Cena's dream of a 17th title, and Mania ending with a heel Cody standing over Cena. That is actually really interesting because John Cena ain't turning heel in 2025. And if you are going to do Cody versus Cena, then one of them might need to be leaning into being a bit heelish. Otherwise, as we said, face versus... That is interesting. That's an interesting thought, that, Adam. That we are potentially still going to do the match that we do, but we are going to actually have Cody as a bit more of a heel because it makes sense for that. That's a shame, though, isn't it? We're really only doing it for that match. That's what it feels. Feels like we're only doing it for that match. Feels like there's no reason for him to turn heel, but because it's going to be him against Cena, we could do it for that reason. It's interesting, that. Oh, here we go. Had to pop back in under the press conferences. Wild. The conclusion is Rock wants to take Cody to a Diddy party. I don't really get that reference, to be honest. I understand, like, P. Diddy, but I don't know. Perhaps it's good. I don't quite get it. Here we go. Let's see what this is. The flip is this going to be? Okay, we're going over to the press conference. Is it just going to be The Rock, or is Triple H going to say a few words? We've just completed a headline-grabbing episode. So we got Byron Saxton. They've done a press conference, but is there anyone from the press actually there? Oh, so they do have media there. They did well to get there, didn't they? Here we go. Here he is, the final boss. Jesus, how long could this press conference go on for? This could go on for a serious amount of time. I hope everyone's got their sleeping bags. Your tribal chief said, and just like that, we forget about the weird part in The Rock's music. Brian? He called him Brian? Yes. Yeah. The very first thing we want to talk about is the WrestleMania announcement. New Orleans has always been an amazing city. So he's talking about New Orleans being a big wrestling city. So he's talking about New Orleans, and it was an easy decision. I was happy to make that announcement. That's great. That's great. Do you remember when you said you wanted a man's soul? Do you remember that bit? This is great. But do you remember the bit where you turned around to a grown man and said, I want your soul? Tonight was a special night. That's a clone. What inspired you to use that entrance music? He said he's always been a fan of Lil Wayne and Louisiana hip hop. Bro is going to die the question. Yeah, I mean, we'll move on to it. Oh, hello. Tequila has arrived. I'm bringing WrestleMania. We are bringing WrestleMania. I wanted to give love and respect to the OGs. I love Kendrick. I love the NFL. Okay. Someone ask about the soul thing. Can you talk about WWE's partnership with Netflix? We can reach a lot of homes that we weren't otherwise in. What about when you want a man's soul? Talk about that bit. We're just not going to mention what happens if we don't get what happens. This is like a TKO board meeting. I know, yeah. It is more at a business level at the moment rather than talking about the storyline. Okay, here we go. Yes. With Cody. I grew up in the world of pro wrestling. To come back as the final boss. Offer him this big ideology. The final... He's wearing the watch. He's talking about how they never have to get in the ring. I loved it, and Cody did too. We had a few tequilas after. I want his soul. What does that mean? It's unpredictable. A lot of what we do culminates in a match. It doesn't have to go that way. Now we're talking about the ultimate cheat day. I still feel like we're trying to digest what we've just heard there. What the hell's this question? What's this? Chat time with The Rock. I mean, look, these are BS questions. They really are. Why would he do that? They just made that promo worse. It takes you out of it. Well, look, this is him talking as Dwayne. Oh, God, you just never know if you're coming or going with this clown, right? This is him talking as Dwayne, talking about, I love what we just did. You know, the final boss character. Everything we do culminates in a match. What we just did out there, it doesn't have to go that way. The final boss saying, I want your soul. What does that mean? The unpredictable nature of what we do. There's not really anything that this is. There's not really anything there that has added to anything. The only thing is that I want your soul thing is doubled down on it. In by saying I really love that was kind of where it went. I think that ruined it. I think that I want your soul thing was the worst part of it. A. Jobson said, this is a bit of a waste of time. No match ever, but story time, said Straight Adventure. This is basically a board meeting. Brandon said it was a simple answer. Trini is right. What's Trini saying? I told you he came to operate him, but everyone wants to believe it's a big plan. He's not in kayfabe. He's past the fourth wall, speaking like an actor, not a wrestler. Yeah. The only thing I would say is I think there is a direction this can go where it will lead to a match. Cody can say no at Elimination Chamber. Rock could get upset. Could lead to a match. Equally, Cody could say yes, and then that means that we do get quite a development on the road to Cody versus Cena. I like that was mentioned earlier. I think it does give us some options. I can't get past the wording. I can't get past the soul thing. I should be able to just get past it. I really, what I want him to tell me is, why did you say, I want your soul? Why did you say that? And I don't think there's any way he's ever going to give me an answer that's going to satisfy to that. I don't think there's any answer that will satisfy me. But like LS Dub said, and a lot of you said, the core premise of what he's said is understandable. Yeah. Adam said they are legit now asking The Rock what his cheat meals are. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. We can start to shift. Some things on the card don't have to lead to a match. He said he's got some great memories, but he can't share them because he's married. think he's getting a couple last questions here. Will there be any televised WWE programming in the builds? Oh, apparently they've spent loads of money on... So Rock said, yeah, we should be doing a SmackDown and a Raw here. I mean, that's pretty much a given, isn't it? The Go Home and the Fallout shows normally are in this location. I don't think he knows that as fact, but... Oh. We were going to make the announcement at the Super Bowl. The improvements made at the Dome played a great factor. Mm-hmm. Rock said it was a very easy yes, but the improvements in the Dome did play a part. Someone needs to scribble down Moana 3 or Red 1 2 and get this full something to do besides wrecking wrestling stories, says Rob. It's bonkers, man. I just cannot believe it. I honestly can't. We started 2.5 hours before the show and not once did it come up. Not one of you said he's going to say to Cody, I want your soul. I think as a community we've fallen off because we should have, at least one of us, predicted that. I think we should have predicted that. God, how many times is he going to mention he's a girl dad? We have misunderstood The Rock's promo. When he said he wanted Cody's soul, he is actually just talking about the bottom of Cody's shoes. Liam, shout out to you. Why is Dwayne bringing up the NFL? I'm not understanding that. Jessica, I don't understand anything anymore. Pretty sure I've had a stroke. He's talking about, what, 97 and... what's... Oh, my God. In our world, they were nice enough to let me beat them and become champion. Oh, yeah, babyface. All right, yeah. He was a good guy. He was a babyface. That's kind of fun, though. He said that the Sultan said to him, don't worry about it, as the crowd was chanting Rocky sucks. So he's talking about like hitting rock bottom really and not knowing what the future was going to hold for him. It's got nothing to do with tonight. Blake's struggling. He thought about a career in MMA. Pride. He was earning 150,000. Jesus. I was at my low. Isn't that funny to think that he was in WWE and he regards that as a low point? I'd say tonight was a low point. I'm going to bring you back and I'm going to turn you heel. We're just getting a flipping the history of The Rock. This has now become the history of The Rock. That's what we've got. And then I went to WrestleMania 17. Had this pretty big match with Stone Cold. He turned afterwards, and it really did shock and upset a lot of people. And it was in that moment that I realised the impact wrestling can have on people's lives. We do have Wikipedia, said Davids. Have Stone Cold and Undertaker right for WWE. Rock is a whack job, said Jessica. Oh, God, I'd love to see Triple H. He ain't watching this. He ain't watching this. It's us that's having to put up with this. This is Rock's life. Make it stop. This is what the press conference was. The Rock's life. Oh, I can't wait to see this press conference. They're probably going to announce Rock versus Cody. It might be Rock versus Roman. No, when I was 5, I fell over and scraped my knee. But you know what? I didn't cry like the other kids. And that's when I knew I could take a little bit more pain than the average person. And it was from there that I really got into physical contact sports. When I was 7, I joined the local football team. Obviously only for kids, not the adult level, but just for kids. Oh my God. Jojo said, over-exaggerating, it isn't that bad. It's still going! Brian's just had to say, right, let's close this out, shall we? One last question. Triple H, Nick Khan, these are the people that he talks with. Are in tears right now. You've got to love the business. He's doing a great job. Triple H doing a great job. We're very close. I bet he wishes you were closer. Let's do something that's never been done. What? So he did put that idea to Triple H, and Triple H was like, yeah, great, let's go with that. Oh, he must have been crying inside. There we go. Richard said, how will Zoe start getting an opportunity for the Women's Championship? And is there a better opportunity for Zoe to get a title shot? Do a tweet for it. I don't know what you're on about. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're on about. How will Zoe get an opportunity for the Women's Championship? Money in the Bank, #1 contenders match. I mean, she ain't going to fight for the titles at Mania. But there's lots of ways throughout the year, isn't there? And is there a better opportunity for Zoe to get a title shot? Well, yeah, Money in the Bank. Money in the Bank would be the best way to do it, wouldn't it? If you get Money in the Bank, you're pretty much guaranteeing that you're going to be a champion. Get the title shot whenever you want. I don't think she'll win Money in the Bank, though, but... Right, that was that. And honestly, I just... The wrestling world is just going to be spinning tonight. The wrestling world is just going to be spinning. Crazy. One of the craziest shows I've seen in a long, long time. One of the most mid shows I've seen, followed by one of the most, well, including one of the most bonkers segments. And what's really bonkers about it is that I do see what he's trying to do. I do get it, and I'm sure many of you understand as well. But the delivery of it is just so weird that it's very jarring. I would imagine there's a lot of people who their heads are like spinning at the moment. There's also a lot of different directions that this can go in as well. A lot of different directions this can go in. So I'm going to run off and I'm going to start compiling Unseen. I might end up doing like a separate rock video just to get like a lot of stuff out. But yeah, this was bonkers. This was absolutely bonkers. And I think the opinion video tonight is going to be pretty insane. So yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I think I'll do a rock video first. And then I think we'll kind of move on from there, do Unseen, and we'll do opinions and everything. So there'll be plenty of opportunity to get your thoughts across. So thanks a lot for joining us. Really appreciate it. I know this was weird. I know this was different. I know this was unhinged. Part of that makes it exciting. But if nothing else, it's made Elimination Chamber bigger. So I'll take that. So there we go. Thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate the support. I will see you again next time. Bye for now.